My name is Samuel. Good morning and a warm welcome to this year's All Digital Summit, taking place from the EU capital here in Brussels and being transmitted all the world over. My name is Samuel Stolten and I shall be your MC over the course of the next 3 days. And we have a packed agenda for you this week, exploring a range of digital empowerment themes. Today, we'll be honing in on the subject of digital skills and tools for a better world, where we shall explore how we can solve real-world and societal problems through digital tools and approaches. Coming up next, you'll hear a bit more about All Digital with some welcoming remarks from the organisation's leaders, after which we'll have a couple of keynote speeches from those at the centre of today's subject. Then we'll stage the hotly anticipated All Digital Awards ceremony, followed by a short lunch break. After having a bite to eat, we'll be joined by EU Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmit, before we embark on a panel discussion and have many more presentations and interactive sessions later during the afternoon. If you are joining our live stream today, please do so through the dedicated All Digital platform over at summit.all-digital.org. And you'll find many extra features and many other ways of getting involved in this year's summit over at that web address. But to kick us off now, we're going to have a formal welcoming to this year's summit from the chair of All Digital, Alteo Valentini.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our 2021 summit here in Brussels and actually all over Europe. Welcome to our members. Welcome to the members of the board who are here present today in Brussels with us. I'm Alteo Valentini. I have the pleasure to welcome you today for the first time as chair of the board of All Digital. These 3 days, we will focus on a very special topic, how digital skills and tools can improve our societies. There will be a lot of interesting presentations, workshops, panels, and hands-on activities to understand how we can drive and shape digital transformation in order to impact on our societies and solve some big societal problems. All Digital is a vibrant community of passionate people, including professionals, volunteers, facilitators, who every day work to promote digital skills, to increase the skills of those who are living within the society, who are looking for a job, or even who are trying to improve the overall community with the innovation that digital transformation can bring in. As you can see, this is our full community from our last face-to-face summit in Bologna, and we are looking forward to meet again our members in the near future with another face-to-face summit. Though I want to welcome also all those people who are not yet in the network, but thanks to this splendid approach can really learn more about our projects, our initiatives, and probably will also join us in the future. Let's speak about the community. All Digital is a leading pan-European association based in Brussels. At the moment, we represent 74 members organizations, reaching out to more than 25,000 digital competence centers all over Europe, and not only. Thanks to the work of our members, every day we work with more than 1.6 million of people trying to improve their digital competences. Our passion is in our vision and our mission. We are trying to increase and empower every single European citizen in order that everyone can benefit from the opportunities brought by the digital transformation of our societies. Our mission is to really create an impact on local, national, international level, and promote a transformative change at level of the policies, but also providing training, advice, and capacity building. Here you can see at a glance a lot of numbers that describe us in a very meaningful way. You can see again the number of our organization, the trainers that we work with. Our members' organization are mostly based on non-formal training, and a lot of training courses are offered in very different fields of digital education. We reach a lot of organizations, but also people who are engaged in digital education in different ways. And we do this through our Unite IT platform, which is available online. All Digital Week and digital competence centers, projects, community of practice are all channels that you can join nowadays, and you can contribute to the digital transformation of our society. But we were speaking about capacity building. This is really what we focus on, and we do it in many different ways. I was mentioning the Unite IT platform, but I want also to focus on the two community of practices that we are now leading. One focus on the digital competence framework for digital skills of European citizens that we are co-leading with the JRC, and also another important community of practice focusing on competencies certification. We are also joining several international networks and working groups. Just let me mention the Lifelong Learning Platform, the European Internet Forum, IT Professionalism Europe, and the European Association of Vocational Training Organizations. Also, we have the pleasure to contribute to the efforts of the Digital Education, Learning, Teaching, and Assessment Working Group of the European Commission in providing innovation at policy level in the field of digital education. With our members, we also work every day and discuss within clusters, trying to provide innovation and best practices in 4 different fields: basic digital skills and media literacy, advanced digital skills, coding, including also STEAM education and artificial intelligence, and digital cultural heritage. About capacity building, we are also, sorry about that. We are also providing trainings that we deliver together with our members all over Europe. And let me mention the one that is now starting next November on how to prepare an Erasmus Plus K2 cooperation partnership project proposal in the field of adult education and digital skills. These are all, again, opportunities that are open to our members, of course, but also to everyone who is interested in learning and exchanging experiences in the field of digital education. The community of practice on DigiComp is participated by policymakers, learning providers, tutors, but also representatives from the industry and the academy. And we try to focus on many different levels of impact of the digital competence framework at regional, national, and European level. Of course, capacity building is just one of the transversal areas that we focus on. And together with advocacy, we try to represent our members towards the European authorities, increase visibility, also enhancing their credibility at national level. And within the field of research and innovation, we facilitate understanding of digital transformation and education trends, focusing on how this can be applied at work of our members' organization. Now, let's go to maybe our main document that we have produced during the years, and we have recently renovated and adjusted to the last trends at policy level in Europe, our manifesto. You can download it through our website, and you can also sign it, join the community who is supporting the manifesto. And here you will find our guidelines on how we can all together really invest on offering a new digital education which is focusing on the citizens' rights, the learning skills of those who are in formal, non-formal education path. Of course, we also invest a lot on projects, because this is also the way we can enroll our members in a very productive exchange of practices and also co-creation of innovative tools and practices. And we have more than 10 years experiences in doing this. At the moment, we are carrying out 3 EU-founded projects, and we are also partnering in many more. In the next slide, you can see some of our projects. We are really experimenting and creating new tools and new practices in many different fields, starting from STEAM education, cultural heritage. But let me focus on 2 projects that are really contributing to this summit. STEAM on Edu, you will learn more about it tomorrow, and Hack AD, how social hacking can really improve co-creation and innovation in the digital sphere in Europe. Why projects are important to us? Because thanks to projects, we can contribute to creating and offering innovative tools also at a wider scale. This is the case of mydigiskills.eu, which is a new digital skills self-reflection tool that helps users understanding their digital competences. It is the main result of a project which was called DigiCompSat and has been launched last March. Now it's also available in many different languages. Using this tool, every citizen can self-reflect and self-assess his or her competence level up to the 6 proficiency levels of DigiComp 2.1. Thanks to project, we also carry out initiatives. This is probably our most important initiative that takes place all over Europe in March, the All Digital Week. And we like to promote it as our annual digital empowerment campaign. It is, of course, addressed to our members, but it's also open to anyone who wants to share practices, experiences, good examples of how digital education can contribute to innovate our societies. So I invite you to follow us through the different channels that I have presented, but mostly for those who want to get in contact, stay tuned, because during the summit we will say more about the All Digital Week. Let me conclude then this presentation wishing you a very productive program for the next days. And we will meet again during the days. I really hope that you will manage to also get in contact with all those who are connected through the platform, and have a very nice summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Alteo Valentini, Chair of All Digital there. 1.6 million people trained by the All Digital Network. That's a really impressive number, and long may it continue into the future, Alteo. Also, Alteo referenced there the manifesto for enhancing digital competencies across Europe. That is something that will also be subject to a panel discussion a bit later on this afternoon. Coming up now, we are also very pleased to be joined by the CEO of All Digital, Peter Pawłowski. Peter.
Thank you, Samuel, and welcome everyone. My name is Peter Pawłowski, CEO of All Digital, and similarly to Alteo Valentini, This is also my first opportunity to open a O Digital Summit, which is an annual meeting point of our member organizations and stakeholders, networks of digital competence centers that empower citizens across Europe for digital transformation. And it's also an opportunity for digital inclusion, digital education and digital inclusion sector to present their achievements and exchange ideas at the European level. The O Digital Summit is an annual event that we had every year around October. And the first summit was organized in 2008 in Riga. And then after every year, we moved to another European city. And the last face-to-face event, as Alto mentioned, was in Bologna in 2019. And the first online event was held in Berlin in 2020. And now again, we are running the event online. But we are hoping that next year the O Digital Summit will organize face-to-face, and we are looking for a host for the O Digital Summit 2022, which will soon be published, a call for hosting the next summit. So the O Digital Summit again is an online event, but we have about 450 registered participants. And our aim during these days is to explore digital skills and tools for a better world. And we turn our focus on 3 different empowerment themes. We were talking about empowering citizens and digital competence centers, also empowering STEAM educators, and empowering young people. And what is connecting these teams is looking for solutions to real world and society problems through digital tools and solutions. And we would also like to focus on increasing the capacity, the readiness and resilience of digital competence centers that are represented in the O Digital Network. Well, we all know that digital competences are essential how we live, how we learn, how we work. And the confident use of digital technology is really a key to supporting lifelong learning, active citizenship, employability, and inclusion. And citizens can use their digital competencies to access information, access new learning, employment opportunities, be creative, entrepreneurial, find new opportunities, and help each other. Well, digital skills and jobs are key now in Europe's digital strategy and in the 2030 Digital Compass, supported by a variety of initiatives announced and launched by the European Commission, including European Digital Skills Agenda, European Education Area, or the Digital Education Action Plan. And through the summit and other means, O Digital seeks to contribute to this dialogue, the implementation and cooperation on this and other actions that deliver Europe's digital future. I would like to talk a little bit about the first day of the summit, where we focus on digital skills. Sorry. Can you please set back my presentation? We invited inspiring keynote speakers, and we are very pleased that and very honored that European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmit, has accepted our invitation, and he will talk about digital skills as an investment in the future. And we are equally honored that Antoaneta Angelova-Krasteva has also accepted our invitation. She is the Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation from DG ACT, and we are happy that you are joining us today. She will highlight the Digital Education Action Plan and how it supports digital skills and high-quality, inclusive digital education. Another keynote speaker, Dr. Anthony Yanumis from Oslo Metropolitan University, will explain us why universal design solves problems that they didn't even know they exist. And this morning, as Samuel mentioned, we will have the O Digital Awards ceremony. Every year, we celebrate individuals and organizations in our network who enable citizens to enrich their lives enrich their lives through the benefits and opportunities by digital transformation. In the afternoon, we will have a panel discussion, as Arteo mentioned, about our All Digital Manifesto and European policies and initiatives. And we will have representatives from the European Commission, European Parliament, the IT industry, and civil society. And we would like to thank the panelists for accepting our invitation. The panel will be followed by several presentations, lightning talks, informative sessions, highlighting innovative digital tools, platforms, and projects. And we will finish the day with 4 parallel workshops covering topics of media literacy and online disinformation. Also, how to empower teenagers against cybercrimes. We talk about smart skills needed in the smart cities sector. And we will also organize a workshop on the update and validation of the digital competence framework towards a 2.2 version. And we would like to encourage you and warmly welcome you to join us on the 2nd and the 3rd day of the summit, on Thursday and Friday. Tomorrow, we are going to focus on STEAM education through the final event of the STEAM on Edu project. And we will discuss increasing the adoption and impact of STEAM education by investing in a community of stakeholders and the professional development of STEAM educators. And tomorrow we will also have an award ceremony, and we can meet the winner of the STEAM on Edu photo contest award. On Friday, the day will be devoted to the Social Academy project. And we will learn about fostering digital competencies of young people from disadvantaged backgrounds by implementing a collaborative educational activity based on the Social Academy co-creation methodology, which gives the young people an opportunity to take on an active role in solving real-world and societal problems. And we will have another award ceremony on Friday as well. 4 national hackathon winners emerged from social hackathons will compete for the Social Academy Award. And finally, I would like to speak and emphasize the conference platform, which gives us, in an online setting, the possibility, the opportunity for networking and exchanging and showcasing our initiatives and activities. So I invite you to explore the platform that facilitates and enhances the experience during the summit. And it provides several networking opportunities. And you can always connect any participant and message them and organize one-on-one meetings, which is open not only during the summit period, but even beyond. And we hope that this morning you already had some speed networking sessions with other participants, and we invite you to join this session tomorrow as well. From 12 o'clock, we will have another speed networking session planned in the program. And furthermore, we encourage you to visit the online marketplace. We have plenty of products, services, initiatives already there. I think it's more than 70. So there is a great value of presentations and opportunity to learn about initiatives and each other. And you can contact the marketplace presenters. And you can always set up your own booth. And you may find a video on the platform, how to set up your virtual booth, and guidelines as well, how to use the platform. And please don't hesitate to contact us. There is an email address, summit@alldigital.org. There's a technical support which provide if you have any questions or any support you may need to have. And just as Arteo started, I would like to finish with the same picture from the last on-site summit in Bologna, and to show that there is a real community engaged with the All Digital Network, and we are really looking forward to the next opportunity to see you all face to face again. So I would like to give the floor back to Samuel to introduce our first keynote speakers, and I'm wishing you all a great All Digital Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter Pavolgi, CEO of All Digital there. And I hope we have member states around the European Union tuning into that message from Peter there. Of course, the 2022 All Digital Summit is still looking for a host city, so make sure to make a note of that one. So, up next, we have our keynote speeches now. And first, we are very pleased indeed to be joined by Aneta Angelova-Krasteva, Director for Innovation, Digital Education and International Cooperation at the European Commission's DG for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, who's going to tell us a bit more about the Commission's Digital Education Action Plan. Please.
Thank you, Samuel, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you who are here today in this room, as well as all participants who are participating in this summit online. Let me start by really very warmly thanking All Digital for inviting me to your summit. This is a great opportunity to meet some of you face to face. Of course, looking forward to future opportunities to have in-person meetings with your community. But this is also an opportunity to really stress the incredible contribution that All Digital is making with regard to developing digital skills in Europe. And this is about the central role your organization and your community is playing in supporting the development of digital skills over the past 10 years. I'm indeed very glad to know that All Digital has embraced the mission of inclusive digital education for all. You have been actively working on ensuring that no one is left behind, supporting the 43% of Europe's population who are still lacking digital skills and enabling them to fully participate in and benefit from the digital society. I find it very interesting how you see and how you have involved your organization over the past years, embarking on new ventures, enabling the connections between different sectors of education, moving from non-formal to formal provision of digital skills. And I'm particularly impressed by the values that you put forward in your work, which are also reflected in the title of the summit, which also reflect the vision of education and training. So it is quite clear that we share the same values on the Commission side. In September 2020, with the new Digital Education Action Plan, we put forward our vision for high quality and inclusive digital education, which also reflects these common values. And it also provides the wider policy landscape for digital education and training. Let me briefly look back to the past month, where we had the State of the Union speech of the President of the European Commission, and where President von der Leyen noted that we have to embrace the digital transformation, and the way we do it actually will determine how we make or break our digital societies. The President of the Commission also articulated the importance of investment in digital skills. Digital skills have never been so high on the political agenda as they are now. We've seen this in the skills agenda, which was adopted last year, and I saw references to it earlier on, and you will hear, of course, more about it from Commissioner Schmidt. But we see it also in the Digital Education Action Plan, as I mentioned, as well as in the Digital Decade, which sets very ambitious targets for Europe. We see it also in a number of other initiatives, as the Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan, as well as the European Democracy Action Plan. And we see this not only in policy vision terms, but also in very concrete funding terms, funding support and opportunities. The development of digital skills is a flagship of the Recovery and Resilience Facility. The facility requires a digital tagging of 20%, which means that there should be 20% of expenditure on digital matters. With an overall envelope of 670 billion euro, the Recovery and Resilience Facility will support major reforms that are undertaken by the member states. Likewise, the digital transformation is at the forefront of the new Erasmus program, which has a budget of 27 billion euros, but it has also a substantial budget which is foreseen under the Digital Europe program and the Europe Social Fund. Let me go back for one moment again to the State of the Union speech of last month. Following President von der Leyen's call for leaders' attention and a structured dialogue at top level, the Commission announced last week the kickoff of such structured dialogue with member states. This dialogue aims to discuss with member states the enabling factors for successful digital education. Let me go back for one moment again to this launch of the dialogue, which actually shows the clear commitment of the European Commission when it comes to improving digital skills and digital education, taking into account that they play a vital role for the digital transition. As I already said, at the EU level, we have set very ambitious targets for our digital decade, such as equipping European population, 80% of European population, with basic digital skills, and to have 20 million ICT specialists employed in Europe by 2030. It is clear that if we want to achieve this, we need to work all together, and it means to work all together at all levels. This means active engagement of different branches and institutions of government in the member states, involving representatives of the education and training sector, but also infrastructure providers, representatives of the private sector, from academia, and also civil society. And the idea is namely to have a whole government approach to tackling digital skills, the digital skills gap, and making digital education and training indeed effective and inclusive. So based on the outcome of this dialogue, the Commission is planning to put forward concrete measures by the end of next year, namely to implement the enabling factors for digital education and digital skills. As many of you already know, the Commission was working on digital education well before the COVID-19 crisis. And it is indeed important to underline that the relevance of digital skills is not a novelty. You know it very well, as it was already mentioned, All Digital has participated very actively in developing the DigComp framework that was first published in 2013. But we had our first digital education action plan still in 2018. It was primarily focused on formal education with a shorter duration of 2 years. So the political guidelines of the President of the Commission in 2019 already announced the need for a new digital education action plan. And when the crisis hit us all, we were already working on its update, although we had a different frame of mind. Then the crisis came with all the unprecedented push to distance and online learning and teaching. And we knew that this is indeed a turning point for digital education. I know that All Digital was very proactive in supporting its members, but also citizens, teachers, and students with a number of online resources. Many public education centers, many private providers did something similar, showed the same reflex. There was, although for a short moment in time, a huge net of support for distance learning, for families coping with online education, for stay-at-home students. There were opportunities that arose from this crisis and an understanding that the digital could enable them. But the crisis also showed clearly as well that there are high inequalities, that our systems are not allowing everyone to have high-quality education, and this is not acceptable. The crisis exacerbated the differences that were already there before and made them even more evident. And we are well aware, when looking at inclusion, as to what we revealed to us during the crisis: the unprecedented need for distance and online teaching and learning to be offered to all, the risk of increasing existing learning, social and digital inequalities, and the pressure on educators to suddenly change their practices. And we know what the numbers tells us. So in 2019, a fifth of young people in Europe lack basic digital skills, and furthermore, young people with low education levels are more than 3 times likely to underachieve in digital skills. 9% of young people do not have a quiet place to work at home. And we believe in inclusive education because it is only by having everyone on board we will really shape the present and the future of the Europe we want. And the Europe we want is about lowering all barriers that create inequality. And let us be clear on one point: equal opportunities need to go hand in hand with excellence. So it means that equality is about lowering barriers, not about lowering standards. And it is about to offer to everyone the best education and training. So looking now at the new Digital Education Action Plan, as I already said, it sets our ambitious vision for inclusive and high-quality digital education. The Digital Education Action Plan takes a holistic approach when it comes to inclusion, in that it addresses the building blocks that are needed to provide a truly inclusive and digital learning experiences, as well as equally important, the skills dimension. We have established the key parameters to make this work. The first one, which refers to having in place the whole ecosystem, which needs to be there in order to effectively transform education and training and make it fit for the digital age. And second, this is the essential role of equipping everyone with the digital skills they need. We have 7 actions in the new plan that are specifically aimed at this second part related to digital skills, which I consider really fundamental. And I do so because the figures that we have on digital skills are really worrying. So in 2019, only 56% of adults in the EU27 had at least basic digital skills. And I want to underline that when we talk about basic digital skills, we really consider performing very simple activities online. So if you consider this, the situation is really very distressing. Since 2015, this share has increased by only 2 percentage points, from 54 to 56. Yet we know that everyone now during the crisis is going online. We had this percentage before the crisis of 90%. You can imagine now during the crisis the number of people who are online. And we can understand how important it is to make sure that people are really equipped with the digital skills in order to effectively use the digital opportunities and tools. So digital skills are not limited, however, only to learning about tools and technologies. It is about much more. They require the critical thinking skills in order to exercise judgment, to analyze complex realities, and ultimately to recognize the differences between fiction, opinion, and a fact. An emerging problem in digital societies are fake news, and I think that this is indeed one of the topics that will be discussed during the summit. But let me give you again some figures. More than 8 in 10 respondents think that the existence of fake news is a problem in their country and for democracy in general. Daily, 37% of Europeans come across news that they believe they misrepresent the reality and they even consider false. And we see that adults are more prone than young people in believing in fake news. Therefore, understanding news and social media is a needed asset for citizens in a digital age. We know that the media plays a vital role in our democratic societies, not only in terms of keeping people informed, but also in shaping public opinion. It's interesting to know that in a recent representative study from Germany, we see pupils who identify the schools as the primary place where they will develop their skills to deal with fake news. And I'm pleased now to share with you that today, in the afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel will launch the expert group on digital literacy and disinformation through education and training. This group will support the Commission in developing guidelines with regard to digital literacy and tackling disinformation. And we are very pleased, of course, to have All Digital as a member of this group. We know that our teachers and educators are really having a central role when it comes to learning, and we want to help them by providing practical guidelines based on the real-world expertise and experience. And for this purpose, we have brought together representatives of the various sectors from education and training, from the technology sector, broadcasters, journalists, and representatives of academia and civil society. And we would like to ensure that this structured framework will contain inspiring practices, and it will be based on innovative digital pedagogy. So by next autumn, teachers and educators will be able to take inspiration from these guidelines in their work when the guidelines become available across Europe. There will be another update with regard to the implementation of the action plan, which will be discussed later on in one of the workshops of the summit. And I'm referring in particular to the update of the DigiCom framework, where All Digital played, as I already said, a central role, and its community has actively contributed to it. The last point that I would like to make refers to the implementation of the Digital Education Hub. So this is our think and do tank for digital education. And the work of the hub is going to be cross-sectoral, again, bringing representatives from various sectors and establishing a stakeholder dialogue. We'll see policymakers, practitioners, researchers, and other representatives of various sectors. We are planning to implement the Digital Education Hub in a progressive way, and we are starting with the first meeting of the network of national advisory services later this month. The launch of the hub is foreseen for 2022, and I very strongly encourage All Digital and its community to actively participate in it. Of course, on the Commission side, there are many more activities and initiatives that we implement with regard to digital skills and competencies. But before I finish, let me just make 2 points that I would like to particularly underline. The first one is that the development of digital skills is not simply a nice-to-have thing. Now it has become an imperative, a must-do. Digital technologies are there to stay, and this requires joined-up efforts of various stakeholders at all levels. And the second point is that we need digital education with a purpose. Digital education that enables and allows for excellent learning outcomes. Digital education that is inclusive, accessible, and of high quality. And our ultimate goal is to prepare European citizens for the opportunities and challenges that the digital transformation brings and help them thrive in the digital age. So let me close by actually going back to my opening remarks, namely by thanking you all for the cooperation and active engagement in achieving our common objective with regard to digital education. I know that you have a very rich and interesting agenda ahead of you in the next 3 days, so I would like to very warmly wish you fruitful and constructive discussions, a lot of inspiring talks as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Antoneta Angelova-Krasteva from the Commission's DG for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture for her keynote speech there. And it was really interesting to hear about the Commission's objective of making digital education and training effective and inclusive with its skills agenda and the Digital Education Action Plan, and the impetus there of leveraging also the Recovery and Resilience Fund to upskill citizens in digital capacities from all backgrounds, because of course the digital skills gap is not only a generational one, but also a cultural, social and geographical one. Ahead of our next speech, a reminder for all of you tuning in virtually to write into us with your questions, and we shall raise them with our next keynote speaker, which is Dr. Anthony Giannoumis, Associate Professor of Universal Design of ICT, Department of Computer Science at Oslo Metropolitan University, whose presentation is entitled "This is Why Universal Design Solves Problems You Didn't Know Existed."
Hey everybody, I hope that you can all hear me okay. It would be wonderful to get some sort of cue in the chat maybe that my audio is coming in. And in lieu of that, I'll just run right through to this. Yes, thank you there in the chat. I appreciate that. All right, let us
I don't think we can hear you quite just yet.
Okay.
Okay, that's all good. We're all good to go.
Okay, there we go. So we got the audio working live. We got the audio working online. I want to take you guys through some stories, some kind of day in the life stories. When it comes to my life and technology, I've never really had too many difficulties. Most technology, like it or not, is made by people who look and think like me for people who look and think like me. And in doing so, we leave large groups of the population out of having access and use to those technologies. So let's just take older people right off the bat as an example. We all know that older people have lower levels of access and use of technology than younger people. That is not necessarily ubiquitous. There are plenty of older people who are power users of technology. But I want you to put yourself in the mindset of someone who is older and the insecurity and the fear that might come out of everyday activities like checking your bank balance, or even just checking email and social media and being uncertain whether or not you're looking at something that's fact-based, or as the director had mentioned, more fiction-based. And then we could also think about a day in the life of someone with a disability. So people who are blind or partially sighted use screen readers to access the web. And what this technology allows them to do is to understand more specifically what content is available on that website. But the challenge becomes when the screen reader comes to an image of a graph or even just a picture, a lot of times whoever put that picture up online will have forgotten to include text to describe what that picture is. And so that person then will have no idea what they're looking at, for lack of a better word. We could also think about somebody who is deaf or hard of hearing and trying to watch a video on Facebook or on Instagram, but not having closed captions at the bottom of that video would automatically exclude them from enjoying that content. And of course, there's a whole spectrum of individuals with cognitive and psychosocial disabilities that are often excluded from online spaces because of the way those spaces are designed. And of course, we have to think about gender as well, gender being a key dimension of systematic exclusion when it comes to technology. Women every day try to get their voice assistants to respond, whether that's Siri or whether that's Google Home or the Amazon Echo, to try to get them to respond, but they end up experiencing a barrier because those technologies don't have the same accuracy when it comes to understanding women's voices as they do men's voices. And part of that is just due to the fact that the databases that those technologies draw from, the databases of voices, are overrepresented by men and underrepresented by women. And then, of course, the LGBTQIA plus community often experiences barriers, exclusion online due to the constant state of harassment and hate speech that exists in particular on social media. And so you have to put yourself into the mindset then of someone who has to make that choice whether or not they wade into that level of hate on a daily basis just to interact with someone else online. And of course, the same sorts of issues face people of color across all countries and across the world. These issues range from discrimination and systematic disenfranchisement of indigenous persons, as well as persons of African descent and persons that belong to the Latinx communities. So again, we see that there are different identities that have vastly different experiences when it comes to interacting online or using technology in any way, shape, or form. Experiences that are vastly different than my own. And of course, we can go on and on and on looking at different aspects of language use, religion, culture, socioeconomic status, levels of education, income, and a variety of other socially constructed identities. What all of this comes down to is that we live in a segregated society, a two-tier society, a society where people like me have easy access and use of technology, and where people who have identities that are marginalized or disadvantaged or discriminated against experience barriers when it comes to accessing and using those same technologies. And of course, we again need to think about the lived experience of what those barriers mean. What does it mean when you can't realize your right to education, you can't realize your right to health, or even just to basic leisure activities because of the way that the technologies are designed? Universal design provides a broader framework for finding solutions to these inequalities. And I'm going to take apart this idea of universal design in absolute detail because I'm a scientist and that's what I've been doing the last 15 years. Universal design is all about challenging these issues that are kind of embedded in our society, these systematic issues that are embedded in our society that are creating inequalities across all social identities and all groups of people. And I've had the privilege and the honor to be able to talk and to work with this idea of universal design around the world. And it's a concept, it's a solution that the UN has championed over and over and over again as a means to providing access to information and to realizing the rights of everyone. So universal design comes down to a quite kind of an innocuous definition. The definition seems rather simple on the surface, and it's one of those things that once you start to probe it, you realize how fully complex it really is. So the definition just comes down to the design of, and in this case, I'm going to say anything, because I know a lot of you deal with education and pedagogy. And so we could think of anything as being educational systems, courses, curricula, educational content. We can think of anything in a broad frame of reference. So the design of anything to be usable by all people. And there's three key words here that I want us to take apart and think about in more detail. The first is that word design. Now we all kind of have pictured in our heads kind of commercials on TV or maybe television programs that deal with interior design or even graphic design. I think a lot of people default to that mindset. But design can refer to a broad range of activities. And one of the ways we think about universal design, think about design when we're talking about universal design, is thinking through the different ways in which we can apply design as an intentional choice, as an intentional decision-making process to different aspects of society. So we can think about systems design on kind of the highest level. So if you were thinking about your educational systems within your country, there are people who are tasked with making decisions about how those systems are constructed and how those systems are implemented in practice. Then we can think about policy design as kind of a sub-level there. Policy design deals with all issues, whether it's on national law and legislation, or whether it's on organizational policy making, and the decisions and the decision makers that go into creating those policies. Then we can think on an organizational level. So if you're in the educational sector, we can think about how universities are designed, how primary schools are designed, not just from an architectural standpoint, but from a organizational standpoint. And then we can think about design and sense of product design. And here I would like you to think that this is not just about products as a physical, tangible product, but it can also include services. So when I offer a course to my students, I conceptualize that as a product. It's something that I've created for them. So again, if you're in the educational sector, you can think about a course, a training, a workshop as a product. And taking a design approach, taking an intentional approach to the decision-making when you create that product is part of what universal design entails. And then on kind of the lowest level, on the interactive level, is interface design. And that deals with designing anything that a person, a human being, is going to interact with. So when I think about interface design, sometimes I'll think about the PowerPoint slides that I create for my classes to make sure that the interface between the student and that PowerPoint presentation is as easy and usable as possible. Now, design also doesn't simply refer to the output of something. We often think about design as kind of like taking this pen, for example, the materials that might go into this pen, the length of the pen, the different dimensions of the pen, the weight, and all the physical aspects of this pen. But design also refers to the process that we use when we create this pen. And what that means is that we can't think of universal design as simply being an output or an outcome. We have to think about universal design in two dimensions, as an outcome, but also as a process that leads to that outcome. And this is because universal design can't be achieved if you don't have a process that is enabling universal design to be realized. You need both a process and a product. Now let's look at this term usable. Usable kind of also has some inherent meaning for us. We talk about usability a lot when we're using technology. We might say that, oh, that website's not very usable, or this piece of software that my company makes me use is not very user-friendly. That's the other term that people throw around a lot. But usable actually has a very specific definition. The International Organization for Standardization defines usable in three parts: effective, efficient, and satisfying. So effective, I think we all kind of have an inherent understanding of what that means. It's, can I reach my goal? So if I want to book a plane ticket online, which I haven't done for a while, but I'm looking forward to when I will get to do it, can I come away from that website having booked my plane ticket? Or is it really, really challenging and difficult and I just give up? Effective, can I reach my goal? Efficient, how quickly can I reach my goal? If I'm trying to book that plane ticket, can I kind of tap through a few menu options and then eventually get exactly what I'm looking for? Or does it take a long time to go through different menus and then I have to go back because I didn't enter something quite correctly, and then I finally come through and then I realize that that wasn't what I intended to do? It's all about how long something takes you to achieve. And then the last component, which personally is my favorite, is satisfying. And it's my favorite because it's one of the most challenging things to put your finger on. And so I have to tell a story about my mom, because this embodies satisfying usability in ways that I couldn't possibly explain. So my mom is an older person. She is a very petite person and someone who was raised in the southern part of the United States. And in the southern part of the United States, the people are kind of take pride in their gentility and in their politeness towards each other. So my mom is very excited because she's going to the store to buy a brand new color printer because she wants to print out pictures of her grandchildren and put them up on the refrigerator. This is something she gets a lot of joy out of, being able to wake up in the morning and go in and make her morning cup of tea and to see all those pictures of her grandchildren on the refrigerator. So she goes to the store, she buys the printer, she races home, she unboxes it, plugs it in, and is immediately met with a whole bunch of different menu options, and she can't make heads or tails of what to do to get this printer working. So she works on it for a little while and eventually gets a little bit frustrated. So she calls up my brother and she says, Chris, can you please help me work through all these menu options and figure out how I can install my printer? Well, they work on it together for a little while and she's getting increasingly upset and increasingly angry. And after about 2 hours of constantly trying to install this printer and having absolutely no luck, she reaches down, picks up the printer, which is almost as big as she is, and throws it across the room. Now, I'm sure we've all had similar kinds of experiences with technology where we've just wanted to take our laptops and throw them across the room, take our phones and throw it across the room. And it's not necessarily because we are angry and aggressive people, but it's because of the way that technology was designed. It made the experience unusable. It made it frustrating and it incited our feelings of anger. So usable technology when it comes to universal design should never drive a person to that point. And the last and probably the most critical aspect of universal design is how we understand all people. This is one of the parts of the definition that can be really tricky because in our heads, I think a lot of times we just think, oh, it's everyone. It's so simple. It's just all of us. But we have to stop thinking about everyone or all of us as some kind of normal, typical, or average person. Universal design does not presuppose an average person. In fact, it treats the average person like a myth. And there's plenty of science that backs this up. A lot of it comes out of the United States in the 1960s, where they did a study on Air Force pilots. And what they wanted to do was redesign the airplanes in the US Air Force in order for it to be usable by as many people in the Air Force as possible. So what they did was they took measurements of all their pilots. They measured arm length, circumferences, ability to move your arm in certain ways, and they made the cockpit of the airplane to those dimensions, to the average dimensions of the pilots. And what ended up happening is none of the pilots actually could use what they were intended to use. They found it difficult, cumbersome, out of reach, and they couldn't quite get to the point where it was usable. And what this means essentially is that there are no average people out there. I've done this presentation across the planet, and I have probably sat in front of tens of thousands of people. And every time I do this presentation, I ask somebody to raise your hand if you believe that you're an average person. in one way or another, that you're just fully average. And I've never actually had anybody raise their hand. And I think partly due to the fact that nobody really knows what an average person is or does. And in fact, what we need to think about when we're dealing with universal design is not some kind of generic one-size-fits-all approach, but a one-size-fits-one approach, an individualized and a customized approach to how we create new solutions, how we create new technologies, or anything similar to that. The challenge that we've had since this idea of universal design emerged back in the 1990s was articulating effective ways of translating that grand ambition of universal design into actual practice. And we have a few things on the practical side that we do, and I can talk a little bit about them, maybe as part of the Q&A, but we don't have a good linkage to connect the idea of universal design with a more all-encompassing approach to putting that into practice. So what myself and some academics at Harvard Law School put together was a set of universal design principles for the information society. And those principles come down to 4 key things. The first, social equality. Second, human diversity. Third, accessibility. And finally, participatory processes. Let's just pick these apart in a few minutes before our Q&A. First, social equality. It's also something I think we all often have in the back of our head is, oh, we know what equality is. But I think it's important that we point out that there's an old-fashioned way of thinking about equality, which is simply about not discriminating. And while that's a very important part of equality, it's not enough. A more progressive way of thinking about equality is getting beyond just not discriminating and finding ways of ensuring that everyone has a reasonable chance of achieving success in whatever aspect of life they've chosen to pursue. So what we want on one end is everyone having equal opportunities for achieving success. What we end up having in our society today is unequal opportunities for achieving success. So what we need is supports, accommodations, and programs and services that enable and empower people to have that equal chance at success. Now, my students often come to me and say, okay, then that means you're going to give all of us an A on our class, right? And I say, no, it's not about equal outcome. It's about ensuring that everyone has an equal chance for achieving success, or in the case of a class, everyone has an equal chance at getting an A, equal opportunity. Second key dimension of universal design is human diversity. When we talk about human diversity, it's important for us to acknowledge issues around power and privilege. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, I am a person of privilege, and I also attained a lot of leadership positions, so I also have a position of power. And throughout my life, I've often thought that it's the setting, if we could think about it as like a video game setting, is more or less on easy. I've experienced challenges and problems in my life. I won't say that, it's been completely smooth sailing, but it's more or less been on easy. The challenges that I've faced, I've been able to overcome. But then if we look at different marginalized groups and we look at issues of social disadvantage, we realize that for a lot of people, life's set on medium, that they have to overcome those barriers that society has created that relate to their identities. So we can go back to what we talked about earlier in the presentation on issues around aging, gender, disability, sexual orientation, and things like that. Now, if we want to take this a little bit further, we can think about what it is to experience life on hard mode, if we could think about it again in video game terms. And that brings up the issue of intersectionality. And this is a really important concept for universal design because it allows us to see the whole human being and not a single identity. So intersectionality basically comes down to the issue that is experienced by people who hold multiple marginalized identities. So it was originated by an African-American woman, and she wanted to describe her experiences using this term and how they differ than an African-American man or differ from a white woman. And so I think this issue of intersectionality is really critical when we talk about universal design, because we could think about, for example, a woman with disability. A woman with a disability might experience barriers accessing technology or accessing digital skills training programs, not just because of her disability and not just because of their gender, but because of the intersection of her gender and her disability. And in that case, her experience will be very different than a man with a disability or a woman without a disability. And of course, you can look at all the different intersections of all the different social identities and see where marginalization creates an exponentially greater barrier to participating in whatever aspects of decision-making or aspects of society that they might want to participate in. Then the issue of accessibility is also a key consideration of universal design, and we have to think about accessibility as it relates to usability. Now, I work with a lot of programs based in sub-Saharan Africa that deal with providing internet access to rural communities. And I often have to remind my colleagues that it's not enough to just provide internet access to rural communities. If those individuals don't have the ability to use a computer, and this is where digital skills comes in really, a really close connection to universal design. And of course, giving someone digital skills and how to use a computer doesn't guarantee they're able to access the internet or even to access a website. So when we think about universal design, we can't just think about usability as the interaction between a person and their user interfaces. We have to think broader about how access issues also create barriers to participation. That could also be access to employment, for example. And finally, the key ingredient of universal design is participatory processes. And I know we have a lot of co-creators and participatory design enthusiasts in the audience. And so this is where this is your time to shine. Universal design as a catalyst for creating change is all about participation, from ideation to implementation. And that spans the entire scope of what it is to create something new. So if you're creating a new digital skills course and you're doing it in the isolation of your offices and you're surrounded by your team, and maybe even your team looks and thinks a lot like you do, then you're not approaching this in a universally designed way. When we talk about participation, we're really looking at bringing in marginalized groups of people into the design process from the time that you conceptualize your new solution all the way down until when you've put it into practice. I see that my time is up, so I will run through these last few slides really quick and say thank you. And if you want more information about universal design, you can check out universal.design. And if you want more information about me, there's me.
University, and I have to say there were some very relatable anecdotes there. Personally, I have had many a stressful moment with a number of printers actually throughout my own life, so I can definitely relate to the anecdote there, Anthony. We've got enough time, I think, for one question that's come through from the audience here. And
I'm here.
Anthony, you outlined the importance of universal design in designing tools and technology. But what can providers of digital education and training learn from the principles of universal design?
So I think we can just run through those 4 principles and think of it in those terms. So if we have designers who are involved in creating educational systems, products, services, what have you, having a fundamental awareness of issues around social inequality is absolutely integral. There are many, many educational programs in the world who teach people how to be good pedagogues, but don't teach people about fundamental issues of inequality. So having an awareness of inequality is number 1. Having the wherewithal to be able to identify barriers that someone might experience across the human diversity spectrum when it comes to accessing and using those services, very, very, very integral, because when we can identify and eliminate those barriers, then we're opening up access and use. being aware of and understanding the standards, the technical standards when it comes to universal design, and being aware of how to test your products and services for universal design and accessibility is also a critical component. And finally, being able to collaborate on an equal level with people who are the beneficiaries of and stakeholders in the design of your systems and services are the final and most important aspect of universal design.
Thank you very much for your response there, Dr. Anthony Giannoumis, and to both of our keynote speakers this morning for taking the time out of their busy schedule. We're going to rapidly be moving on with the agenda of the day now to the hotly anticipated presentation of the 2021 All Digital Awards. And this year, the competition is being held for the 8th time, and the awards recognise the achievements of individuals and organisations across Europe that enable citizens to transform and enrich their lives through the benefits and opportunities created by digital technologies. First of all, before we start, we would like to thank all of those who have participated and contributed to the awards, all the nominators, our jury, and even the 3D Trophy organisation, the company that created the trophies. And those trophies indeed will be going to several nominees represented in the following categories. We will recognise the Best Digital Resource 2021. We'll also recognise the Best E-Facilitator, and the final category this morning is the Best Digital Changemaker. A big thank you also to our jury this year, which was comprised of our advisory board members who took the time in August to assess all of the applications that came through. So, let's jump straight into the proceedings then with category number 1, Best Digital Resource. In this category, we were searching for online products for educational benefit that can improve digital skills directly or provide an organisation with a useful tool to use with customers. The tool should be free to use and sustainable beyond its development or funding period. Let's take a look at the first nominee in this category, and here we have the Big Blue Button from Spain, created by the Technical Support, Facilitation and Administrative Office of Xarca.tic and the Government of Catalonia. This tool utilises an open source web conferencing system for online learning for ITC educators, where people can link their educational and training content to video conferencing tools. This project is represented this year by Pep Oliveras. Let's learn a bit more about this project with a short video.
Si voleu, per acabar la jornada d'avui, que ha estat molt interessant i fructífera, fem aquesta foto de família i seguirem fent xarxa, com sempre, des de Puntic, aquesta gran família.
The Big Blue Button. There we go. We were even going to watch it a second time. It was that good. The Big Blue Button from Spain there. And next up, we have Digital Lockdown from Belgium being the next nominee in this category. This initiative was created by Media Actie Kerjumstad. It's a resource composed by 40 digital stories made by youngsters between the age of 15 and 20 who live in vulnerable neighbourhoods in Brussels, and this was made during the lockdown. Represented this year by Samuel Fuller, let's hear a bit more about this project with another video.
Mijn naam is Samuel en ik ben verantwoordelijk voor het jeugdteam hier bij Max. En het project dat wij gelanceerd hebben, dat kwam er eigenlijk na de eerste lockdown. We wisten dat heel veel jongeren met verhalen zaten over de eerste lockdown. En we wilden hen een stem geven. Dus het project bestaat uit het maken van digital stories samen met jongeren.
De tijd ging niet snel voorbij, er was niks om te doen, altijd ruzie maken met familie voor niks. Dus ja, dat was niet een goede periode voor iedereen. Ik miste mijn familie en vrienden heel veel. En elke dag dezelfde gezichten zien, dat is echt vervelend. En er komen heel snel problemen voor niks. Ik heb dat op een papier geschreven en dan ik heb een audio gemaakt. En ik heb een montage gemaakt en ik heb dat doorgestuurd.
Wij vinden het belangrijk dat ook in tijden van lockdown of in moeilijkere periodes jongeren kunnen verwerken waar ze mee bezig zijn en dat ze hun emoties een plaats leren geven.
De lockdown heeft me eigenlijk wel geholpen om te weten wie ik echt ben. Ik vind mezelf terug. Ik hoop dat jullie mij in hun verhaal ook terug kunnen vinden.
Dankzij dit project kunnen jongeren ook hun eigen verhaal vertellen. Ze kunnen ook beluisterd worden door andere mensen en het kan ook veel impact hebben op hun leven.
Ze houden er geen rekening mee dat we andere bezigheden hebben wanneer we thuis blijven dan wanneer we een hele dag naar school gaan. Ik bijvoorbeeld, mijn ouders werken, corona of niet. En dan blijven ik en mijn broers en zussen alleen thuis. Ik ben het oudste meisje, dus ik heb bepaalde verantwoordelijkheden. Ik moet koken en het huis opruimen en zo. Ik kan niet een hele dag achter een scherm staan en mijn dag enkel aan school besteden.
We hebben beslist om een online tournament te organiseren. En daar hebben we alle jongeren die filmpjes hadden gemaakt en partners op uitgenodigd. En we hebben dan online een vergadering gepland eigenlijk. Hè. En daar hebben we die filmpjes getoond en hebben we aan de jongeren een aantal vragen gesteld over hun filmpje.
Dag Manasseh, jouw filmpje was inderdaad heel oogopenend. Omwille van het feit dat wij er inderdaad bijvoorbeeld niet bij stilstaan dat sommige jongeren inderdaad alleen thuis zitten met andere kinderen.
Ik vind dat echt heel goed dat we eindelijk de kans krijgen om ook onze mening te kunnen geven over zaken en zo.
Mijn naam is Samuel.
Digital Lockdown from Belgium there was the second nominee in this category. And the third and final nominee in the first category, we have Somos Sia from Spain, created by the Digital Agenda Department at the Government of Extremadura and ORPEX. This resource is a unique, cutting-edge digital tool designed to better understand artificial intelligence. A resource that also reviews controversial issues related to biases and ethics, and that includes a practical session with tools to better understand these technologies. This project is presented by Monica Calurano, President of ORPEX, and Pablo Garcia Rodriguez, General Director of the Government of Andalusia. Let's take a quick look at the video.
We are the Society of Artificial Intelligence, a digital tool designed to better understand the impact of artificial intelligence in our daily lives. It brings this world closer to everybody, regardless of the level of education, as it is a technology that affects areas such as work, economy, politics, and culture, and it's described as the most strategic technology of this century. The tool takes a look at the main applications of artificial intelligence techniques, the importance of data, also personal, and how big data management is impacting all areas of life. The main resource of the website is a 4-minute video to raise interest and curiosity about this technology and sums up the goal we aim to achieve with this initiative. On the other hand, our website uses friendly and understandable language to simplify the complexity of this world. This tool is especially useful for the educational community, women, young people, and anyone concerned about data protection and security. All the sections are about how to protect data related to religion, beliefs, health, or identification data such as pictures, voice, or fingerprints. However, machine learning only works with very specific goals, offering predictions based on the analysis of huge amount of data. Finally, a practical section invites users to try some tools to understand how to feed machine learning algorithms or the ethical implications involved in the design of self-driving cars.
So we've heard about all the nominees in this first category, and now to present the award for Best Digital Resource, please let me welcome to the stage Eva Walterova, All Digital Board Member.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. It is my pleasure to announce the winner of this category. However, before I do that, I would like to thank all those who have submitted their inputs, and I think it only speaks to the high quality of our membership and the work our members and other organizations do in Europe. And please do share your resources with others, as they can be used more throughout the membership and beyond. And so the winner of this category is this year Somos Sia from Spain. Huge congratulations.
Thank you very much, and congratulations there to Somos Sia. And I know that we have Monica and Pablo online, and perhaps you'd like to offer us a couple of comments in response to the award. You may need to turn your microphone on.
Thank you so much for the award. It means a lot of to receive this award here in Extremadura, as we strongly believe in the organization, commitment, and improved digital skills in citizens, especially with the support of the general management of digital agenda in the government of Extremadura.
Many congratulations once more. And Pablo, did you want to say a few words as well?
Yes, we are really happy with the award, and for us it's very, very, very important. We are fighting to improve the digital skills in Extremadura, in our region, and we have a lot of future in this field. It's important for us. Thanks.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Somos Sia there from Spain, the winners of our first award this afternoon. Let's have another round of applause. And now we move on to the second category of the All Digital Awards 2021, Best E-Facilitator. Now, e-facilitators are at the front line of digital inclusion, working directly with users and supporting them. They are tutors, they can be trainers, volunteers, assistants, who help people get rid of their fears of technologies. They bring people online and teach them the right behavior, opening new perspectives, enabling better jobs, and enhancing their communities. Digital competence centres wouldn't have any success without their hard-working e-facilitators. Now, let's go to the first nominee in this category. And from Kaunas, Lithuania, we have Gabija Šukalskytė. And Gabija works with books and readers and conducts computer training courses live and remote. She also works with kids, students, adults, and seniors. She works in the project Connected Lithuania, an efficient, secure, and responsible Lithuanian digital community. And from 2020, Gabija will remotely train almost 1,500 participants from 120 groups from the Panje Library in Lithuania. So Gabija is our first nominee in this category. And next up in the Best E-Facilitator category, we have Lydia Santiago Lopez from Barcelona in Spain. And Lydia has a degree in computer science. She has been a trainer of all kinds of groups in various digital social innovation projects. She has mentored groups of girls, motivating them to do technology projects, and also has managed to create a community of people empowered in the use of ICT at the local level. Lydia also helps older people feel integrated and of use, teaching them how to use ICT tools to communicate or search for information. Coming up as the third nominee in this category, joining us from Ankara, Turkey, is Ulaş Nedzir. And Ulaş discovered the problems experienced by IT teachers while giving robotics and coding trainings, aimed to increase productivity in these lessons. He developed a project that supports these trainings given throughout institutions. And the educational content he designed in accordance with a pedagogical approach and based on learning outcomes subsequently supported many, many teachers and students. Now, to present the award for Best E-Facilitator, I am very pleased to welcome to the stage All Digital Board member Joel Ferrer.
Well, thank you, Samuel. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to announce the winner because, as Samuel said, e-facilitators are at the front line of the digital inclusion working. So thank you very much to all of our network e-facilitators. And here we go. The winner of the e-facilitator category of all digital awards is Gabija Šukalskytė.
Wonderful. Many congratulations to Gabija there. She's unfortunately unable to join us, but we do have a very special video message sent to us directly from Lithuania. So let's take a look at that from Gabija. We're just trying to tune back in to that video from Gabija there, but I'm sure maybe perhaps we can return to it a bit later on if necessary. But let's go on now because we've still got another category to present the award for. Oh, do we have Gabija back?
District Public Library 6 years ago. I worked in small department named Pagina Library. There are about less than 500 residents in this village. 200 of them are active library users, and about 100 of them are computer and internet users. So I worked with books, readers, and conduct computer courses at the same time. I worked with kids, with students, with adults and seniors in different groups. As a project, Connected Lithuania lecture, I conduct live and remote computer courses during 2019 year. People called me a mobile librarian. Why? Because when you are from such a small community like Pagini, no one doesn't have to wait for people to come and take interested in new technologies and new innovations, but you have to take those innovations and show them. So I actively participate in celebrations of rural communities. I contribute with those organizations. So I would like to thank jury for the prize and say to all people, don't stop learning all over your life, and be smart, be new, and be modern. Stay healthy, and goodbye.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the remarks there. Yes, and a round of applause to Gabija Shukalskytė there from Lithuania, who wins the award for Best E-Facilitator 2021 as part of the All Digital Awards. And we have arrived at the final category for this year's awards now. And this category is called Best Digital Changemaker. So digital changemakers lead the efforts in digital learning and inclusion initiatives. They promote and enable a more effective support of citizens in obtaining digital skills and not being left behind, and something important we've heard about all morning so far. Our first nominee is someone that is very sadly no longer with us. Representing John Popham and his brilliant work today is Pauline Roche. And outside of the awards, more broadly, we pay tribute to John's work and his dedication to fostering digital skills widely. John hailed from Huddersfield in the UK and was the chief executive at the Civic Story Factory. With lots of organisations, he helped clients tell their stories, helped clinicians and other professionals understand the need for storytelling, and raised digital skills amongst staff members. He also helped engage and mobilise communities in rural areas to secure better broadband provisions. He was one of 3 people who were the first visitors ever to be allowed to use social media from within the halls of power of the UK government at 10 Downing Street. So John Popham is our first nominee in the final category here for Best Digital Changemaker. The next nominee comes to us from Örebro, Sweden, and here we have Gunilla Lundberg, CEO and founder of Enter Sweden IT Guide. In 2010, Gunilla started a project aimed at teaching ICT to seniors. She has been responsible for the organisation and developed sustainable methods based on the need for internet knowledge, succeeded over 30 projects across many municipalities. In 2016, Sweden's IT Guide received the Honourable National Award for 2016 Social Entrepreneur of the Year, with Gunilla as the leader. And in total, at the Internet Cafe, more than 10,000 visitors have received help from over 300 young people in 25 municipalities. So Gunilla Lundberg is our second nominee in the final category. Our third nominee is Tobias Marcinzik from Dusseldorf, Germany. He is the leader of Pixel, and he is the third and final nominee in this category of Best Digital Changemaker. Now, Tobias founded Pixel about 10 years ago, an initiative of the Living in the Community GmbH, IGL, a social service institution that accommodates living and participation activities for people with learning disabilities. He deals with a lot of barriers within the antiquated sector of social welfare in Germany, with the opening of Pixel labs throughout the country. He deals with a lot of barriers within the antiquated sector, and in 2017, he and his team were selected by the Scala Initiative. And to present this final award for Best Digital Changemaker, allow me to welcome to the stage Marianna Marcucci, All Digital Board Member.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here today. And I personally choose this topic, Digital Changemaker, because I think that we need even more and more change makers in the world, because they are people who solve our problems, and above all, they solve the problem of people with not just with disabilities, but with less possibilities of the one that we have. I'm very honored to give the award to open this letter. And please drum roll for the winner. Yeah, for Tobias Marzinzik.
Okay.
Congratulations, Tobias. Congratulations, Tobias. And
I'm really
tell
surprised.
us.
It's a great honor for me to receive this award, of course, on behalf of the entire Pixel team and the Pixel network. So thank you very much to to all digital team and to Lara Zasig nominating me and the Pixels. So thank you very much. It's a great honor for us all.
Many congratulations, Tobias, once more on receiving the award for Best Digital Changemaker at the 2021 All Digital Awards. And that concludes this year's presentations, and it really has been fascinating to hear some of the success stories from all across Europe, learning more about those people and organisations on the ground who are Europe's voices, they're Europe's hands in the continent's ever-accelerating digital transition. Thank you again to all the nominators, the presenters, the jury, and congratulations to all of our finalists and winners this year. We hope you make use of today and celebrate accordingly. We're now going to take a break for lunch. We're going to return at around 2 p.m. with a keynote speech from EU Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicola Schmidt. And he'll also be sticking around, possibly to answer a couple of your questions. In the meantime, grab yourself a bite to eat, and don't forget to have an explore around on the All Digital platform to check out some of the ways you can get involved. Later on in the afternoon, we have many more panels and discussions, lightning sessions for you to pick and choose. So we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. after the break.
Those were the days, really, yeah.
I just muted everything for the moment.
Some computers unmuted. I think Raya, you unmuted yourself.
Sorry.
Welcome back, and I hope you'll manage to find the time to have an explore around on the online platform, and that you're feeling re-energized for the second half of our opening day here at the All Digital Summit 2021, because we'll soon have a keynote speech from Nicola Schmidt, European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, which we will start shortly. And of course, we want to hear your questions, so please keep them coming in to us and we will address them to the Commissioner at the end of the keynote. And do stick with us into the afternoon, because later on we'll be staging an expert panel discussion on All Digital's manifesto for enhancing digital competencies in Europe, and we'll hear more from the EU Commission on their digital skills and jobs platform. After that, a bit later on this afternoon, we'll have a series of lightning talks and parallel sessions. But for the time being, we have Commissioner Schmidt online with us, so I shall pass the floor over to you, Commissioner.
Well, good afternoon. Well, it's a pleasure to be invited to your All Digital Summit 2021, and to address you on the digital challenge. Well, we know now that digital is everywhere. Over 90% of jobs now require some level of digital skills. And through COVID, the COVID pandemic, the digitalization of our economies, of our societies, have accelerated. In 2019, some 5% of people worked on remote work, on telework. In 2020, so very, very shortly after, due to the pandemic, some 50% were on telework. And this is obviously very much linked to an enormous leap in the digitalization. Now, looking at the situation of our labor market, we noticed that suddenly there is a huge labor shortage, certainly not only for digital skills, but mainly also for digital skills. And there are analyses telling us that 40% of employers, they have to postpone their investment because they do not find the skilled people, and mainly also people with digital skills. There's the number of 1 million digital vacancies all over Europe. So jobs which cannot be occupied because we do not have the rightly skilled people in the digital sphere. Now, the Commission has launched the Digital Decade, and we have also established a target by 2030. So, in a relatively short time, we want to have 80% of people with digital skills. And therefore, it's very important that we launch a strategic dialogue at the highest political level on digital skills. And that was an initiative launched by Vice President Vestager. Together with Commissioner Breton, we launched a Pact for Skills, which includes the 14 ecosystems. So a lot covering practically our whole economy. And we had exchanges with these 14 ecosystems, and all of them insisted on the digital revolution and the need for accelerating, strengthening, enlarging the digital skilling. Now, this shows that digital skills are playing a central role now, and especially also in the recovery. The reality is a bit more complicated because we still have quite a huge number of people without any digital skills. In 2019, around 40% of the EU population had insufficient or digital skills, and even 17% had none at all. And we have also still a large digital divide in our societies based on gender. Digital activities, digital sector has a very low level of women participation. On the base of age, and this is also a real issue because more and more our societies are digitalized. A lot of services, administrative services, are just can only be or are just provided on the level of digitally, and we still have a huge part of our population, precisely due to age, who cannot really access these digital services. But also we have a regional divide because the disparities between member states at the level of digital skills are huge. We have 79% of the Dutch people having digital skills, but only 29% of people in Bulgaria. So this shows also at the level of member states, and the same thing if you look at the region, rural region, low connectivity, and also very often low digital skills. So I think this is a big challenge we have to tackle, especially if we want to achieve the objective of 80% of adults with at least basic digital skills by 2030. Now, how can we reach this objective? Digital skills and jobs are more than ever a key priority. With the skills agenda and the digital education action plan, we set concrete measures to support the development of digital skills. First, the digital competence framework supports the acquisition and recognition of digital skills. It is being updated to take into account the emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, datification, and phenomena such as increased misinformation and disinformation. Second, another tool we are working on is the European Digital Skills Certificate, which can represent a step change in facilitating the common European-wide recognition of Europeans' digital skills levels. Thank All Digital, in particular, for support provided to the Commission around DG Comp, not least in animating the community of practice. Digital competence centers can play an important role in the digital upskilling challenge, especially since they increasingly focus on boosting digital competencies and the digital transformation of citizens. The Digital Europe program, with a budget of 600 million, focuses on developing advanced digital skills such as i.e. cybersecurity and high-performance computing. It will expand the digital talent pool with around 256,000 people who will be able to deploy the latest technology in business throughout Europe. Beyond these tools on digital skills, there is a need to empower individuals to continue learning throughout their careers and lives. The Social Pillar Action Plan set ambitious EU target of 60% adult participation in training every year by 2030. To help reach this target, the Commission will propose 2 new initiatives before the end of 2021, individual learning accounts and micro-credentials. I also insist on the youth guarantee, which includes now special digital skilling for young people being excluded from the labor market. Europass, the future vehicle for the European Digital Skills Certificate, also has a role to play in making digital skills visible. The importance of vocational education and training and of digitalization and modernization of VAT provision are recognized in the 2020 Council recommendation on VAT. The VAT, vocational training setting, especially when it includes a strong work-based learning component, can be very suited to teaching the digital skills that are increasingly required for most occupations. One example of how we support the digitalization of VAT schools is the Selfie for Work-Based Learning tool, which will be formally launched at the Selfie Forum in October. Selfie is a self-reflection tool for schools to assess their digital readiness. The Commission has developed an additional module on work-based learning, incorporating views of in-company trainers and hence involves companies in the exercise. I also think that we have to develop new initiatives, new formulas for training people in digital skills. This week is, if I'm right, is the European Coding Week. And we see that a lot of people, as I mentioned already, have really no idea of coding, and they would like to learn it because they know that there's a strong demand for coders all over Europe. I attended last Saturday a meeting with hundreds of European young people, and they complained that they could not go be trained in coding because very often these courses are expensive and they cannot afford them. And therefore, I think we have really to put into place a lot of new facilities and possibilities to teach digital skills, and particularly coding. All over Europe, there are networks of such initiatives. I do not want to mention one which is very well known, which has a name of 2 numbers, 42, as you know, and that's referring to something very special in the geek language. And I think these are the good examples, how we can really develop affordable learning for digital skills. And I think that as the challenge is so huge, we cannot just rely on the classical way, on our educational system. We have to develop different approaches, innovative approaches to teach digital skills. Now, we talked about affordability, we talked about money, indeed, and I think that with the European Social Fund Plus, we can support this kind of digital learning and digital teaching, also with the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Many member states in their national plans have allocated money to better digital skilling. So this shows that we need concrete action by member states to strengthen their commitments to deliver on the ambitious targets of the skills agenda and the digital decade, but especially for the European economy, but also the modernization of our society. We have really to foster and to strengthen the dimension of digital skills, and especially open new possibilities to acquire these skills. Thank you very much.
Nicola Schmidt, European Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, there with a keynote speech to lead us into the afternoon. And Commissioner Schmidt, you mentioned the digital decade targets there, the importance of upskilling citizens to particular levels by the end of 2030. Also ways in which the Recovery and Resilience Fund can be leveraged to ensure that this is harmonised across the European Union. I hope, Commissioner, that you can respond to a couple of questions we have from our audience, because they're coming in thick and fast now. And we have one audience member who has pointed out that the digital divide has been on the EU agenda for 30 years. What is different now, Commissioner, with the initiatives being launched under the Digital Compass? Commissioner Schmidt, if you would like to...
I think this first, there is an awareness now that digital skills and digital developments are essential for Europeans, for the cohesion of Europe. And that especially the development of digital skills, but also of connectivity, can help all regions all over Europe. I think we have still a lot of regions which see that their young leave because they have no opportunities, they have no possibilities. If we manage really now with the investments, and I mentioned the recovery and resilience, but also the cohesion, the money which goes with regional policy, to really accelerate the connections or the connectivity of these regions, we can overcome the divide, the regional divide, in that context, and give new opportunities to more remote regions in Europe, and especially to incentivize young people to stay there, because very often they leave because they have no job. But with connectivity, you can create jobs, you can have better opportunities. And on the other hand, I think now with the acceleration of digitalization at all levels, we really have to accelerate also our investment in training, in skilling all parts in our population. This is the regional, this is more the divide existing in our population. It's about age, it's about gender, it's about more vulnerable populations. And therefore, I think we need a real digital revolution in a way, also at the level of training and skilling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner. Interesting points there, actually, about how rural depopulation is connected to cross-generational, cross-geographical digital divides. And perhaps in the future, you know, as we see these parts of Europe maybe digitalized more and more, we could see a reverse of this form of rural depopulation, and that seems to be one of the objectives on your agenda there. I just want to squeeze in one more question before we have to say goodbye to you, Commissioner. And we have an audience member here who says the commitment to improving digital skills among the population in Europe is most welcome from the Commission. In which way will the Digital Education Action Plan and the Skills Agenda link to the European Pillar of Social Rights Action Plan in order to ensure the required inclusivity and access of quality training offers so that no one is left behind in the digital transformation? So I guess this question is about how the various initiatives proposed by the Commission will remain inclusive as much as they can do.
Well, I think what is the aim of the action plan, the social pillar action plan? It's to have a more cohesive society. It's a society which gives opportunities to everyone in terms of jobs, in terms of inclusion, in terms of quality of life, in terms of participation into social life. And therefore, I think giving this digital skills is very much linked to the implementation of a more social Europe, of a more inclusive Europe. We have mentioned now before the digital divide. Digital divide means for those not having the digital competencies is finding no job or bad quality jobs, being excluded, being forced to change the place they live. So I think the vision of a more cohesive, equal opportunity Europe is now very much linked to promoting and strengthening and developing digital skills. You cannot find today a good job, a quality job, without digital skills. At different levels, obviously. You need not to be a digital engineer, but you have to have at least basic digital skills. And that's why, you know, the principle one of the pillar of social rights, it's about education. It's about lifelong learning. It's about skilling. And therefore, skills, digital skills are now at the heart of our project of a more social Europe.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner Schmidt, for your points there. Digital skills are interrelated with social inclusivity, and the various initiatives proposed by the Commission recently are very much produced in that vein. Thank you, Commissioner, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us here this afternoon. And perhaps we can take a bit of what the Commissioner said into the next part of today's summit, which is our very first panel session of this year's All Digital Summit. For this cause, we're going to be focusing on digital skills and education and the key principles and recommendations of All Digital's Manifesto for Enhancing Digital Competencies in Europe. This panel will be moderated by All Digital's Peter Pawłowski, and joining Peter to discuss this theme, we are very pleased to be joined online by Angeliki Dedopoulou, EU Public Affairs Senior Manager at Huawei, Arya Krauchenberg, President for the Lifelong Learning Platform. We have Chiara Riondino, Head of Unit at the European Commission, DG for Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. And we are also very pleased indeed to be joined by Victor Negrescu, S&D Member of the European Parliament. And don't forget, please keep those questions coming into us and we shall pick them up as they come through throughout the panel discussion. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Samuel. Welcome to this panel discussion, and today our guests, our panelists will join us online. We organized this panel discussion to bring together European institution representatives, representative of the IT industry, and a representative of civil society to discuss European strategies and policies on digital education and training. And we will start off briefly asking our panelists to reflect on our All Digital Manifesto, and my first question will be how they see the value of All Digital Manifesto in shaping a Europe fit for digital age. And then we will, of course, follow with in-depth discussion from our participants. And as Samuel already mentioned, there will be an opportunity for the audience to ask questions, and you can write your questions in the chat during the discussion, and we will put them to the panelists. And please allow me a few words about the All Digital Manifesto, which was presented during the opening plenary by Matteo Valentini, Chair of All Digital. All Digital's manifesto is for enhancing digital competencies in Europe, and we set key principles and recommendations on how to maximize the impact of education and training in digital competencies for European citizens. The manifesto, which can be found and read on our website, formulates principles and recommendations under 5 main areas. One, relevant, holistic, transforming, and lifelong education and training offer. Second, available, flexible, and inclusive access to education and training. Thirdly, a systematic, measured, and qualified quality of education and training. Fourthly, a European approach to digital competences, including strengthening the use of the digital competence framework and exploring the European Digital Skills Certificate. And finally, collaboration, infrastructure, and investment for sustainability and development. And I would like to begin with Chiara Riondino, Head of Unit for Vocational Education and Training at the European Commission. Chiara, welcome and thank you very much for being us here today. Chiara, my first question is therefore, where do you see the value of All-Digital's manifesto in shaping a Europe fit for digital age?
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you very much for inviting me here. Well, the All-Digital Manifesto is very much in line with our European vision and ambition on enhancing digital competencies. So we are very happy that you are promoting this strategy and this approach. We really believe that it really points out to the right challenges and the right solutions. Digital skills and jobs are more than ever a key priority. As you know, in all of our initiatives, the digital strategy, the digital compass, and the pillar of social right and its action plan. So we are very happy that we are working in the same direction.
Thank you very much, Chiara. Next, I would like to turn to Victor Negrescu, member of the European Parliament, Vice Chair of the Committee for Culture and Education. And in that committee, he's the rapporteur for a Parliament resolution on shaping digital education policy. Victor, welcome to you too. And I would like to ask the same question. Where do you see the value of All-Digital Manifesto in contributing to Europe's digital future?
I think the manifesto is a great initiative. I personally appreciate the fact that you are giving a lot of importance to education and training. I think the starting point to increase digital skills across Europe is to invest more in education and have an holistic approach. What I mean by holistic approach is also what is mentioned in that respective document, that we need, of course, methods, we need infrastructure, we need professors, we need credentials, we need standards. So all of those elements together, of course, combined, can lead us to this direction. And this was also reflected in the report of the European Parliament on digital education. I think your manifesto is pointing that very clearly. You have a couple of interesting initiatives that you are trying also to highlight in this important document. And I think this is a good starting point to have a conversation, but also to act. Because I think what we need right now is, of course, starting from what we identified separately or together to move forward in a concrete way and use the opportunity also offered by the recovery plans and the specific targets for digital skills in the recovery plans to move forward at a faster pace. And of course, and this will be my last idea, to really create a link between those elements and what you mentioned, of course, also in the third point of your manifesto and the European pillar of social rights. I think it's really important to understand how crucial it is to invest in digital skills right now in order to make sure that everyone will have equal opportunities in the future.
Thank you very much, Victor. And now I would like to welcome Arja Kreichenberg, who is the Vice President and member of the Steering Committee of the Lifelong Learning Platform, the organization of which All-Digital is also a member of. Arja, my first question to you, where do you see the value of All-Digital's manifesto?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. And of course, we were very pleased with the manifesto because one of the essential points that is mentioned in there is the lifelong learning aspect that we are advocating for at the platform. And I think we have all seen now, especially with the pandemic, that acquiring digital competence is a lifelong process, not only because we all need it until the highest age, actually, but also because it changes all the time. And so it's not something that you learn at one point and then you sort of have it and then you go away with it, but it is a lifelong learning process. And what we also like very much about the manifesto is that it talks about shaping the future. And for us, this is a very important point because we strongly believe that these things don't fall upon us. They just don't fall from the sky and then have to be dealt with, but we can shape these tools and instruments and decide how we want to go about it and how we want to use them and in which way we want to interact. So I think that are the most important points for us in the manifesto. But as a whole, I think, as Victor pointed out, it's a wonderful basis for discussion, and I think it will accompany us well into the future still.
Thank you very much, Arya. And last but not least, I would like to say welcome to Angeliki Dedopoulou, who is the representative representing Huawei Technologies as Senior Manager of EU Public Affairs. And thank you for being here, Angeliki. My first question to you, where do you see the importance and the value of All Digital's manifesto?
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I would like to thank All Digital for the invitation, and I'm very happy to share this panel discussion with prominent experts in the field of digital skills and education. The All Digital Manifesto came at the right time and gave the right recommendations to maximize the impact of digital education and training in Europe. It also came at a crucial moment. The pandemic, as also Arya mentioned, has shown that action is needed. It exposed also the inequality between high and digital skilled workers who can better navigate economic shocks, and on the other hand, low and digitally unskilled workers who risk being hit the hardest. So at Huawei, we strongly align with the manifesto's recommendation on inclusion. Not only we need to make sure people will be able to pick up the digital skills they need quickly, but it's also important that such initiatives leave no one behind. So there should not be any discrimination based on gender, age, ethnicity, or religion. And this starts by ensuring that there is actually an equal access to digital training and infrastructure. To conclude, we welcome this manifesto and support its call to make education and training in digital competencies accessible, coherent, high quality, and inclusive. And in Huawei, we very much looking forward to possible dialogue and cooperation with All Digital, and of course with all interested stakeholders to deliver on Europe's digital future.
Thank you very much, Angeliki, and the rest of the panel for starting us off. We are indeed proud of the All Digital Manifesto and especially the wide range support it's receiving. And I would like to return to Chiara and ask the second question. The manifesto calls for an education and training offer to be relevant, transforming, and holistic. The skills agenda, launched in July 2020, aims to do the same. What is the state of the play of its implementation process, and which actions are planned for the immediate future?
Thank you very much, Peter. I am in a little bit of a difficult situation here because my commissioner has covered all of my speaking points. So I'm going to just throw away my notes and try to maybe elaborate on some of the issues that he touched upon, and maybe also pick up on some of the questions that have been asked by the audience. So, you know, the skills agenda is very much focused on lifting the skills levels in the EU population. And we are talking, of course, all sorts of skills from basic to advanced and in all different fields. But digital and green, of course, are prominent in the sense that it's something that has now become not even a priority, but an imperative, I would say. So the Commissioner already mentioned some of the key initiatives like the update of the DigiComp, the digital competence frameworks that will be launched in February. So we are advancing very much. Thank you very much also to the cooperation with you and many other stakeholders. And this, we believe it really help also drive forward the curricula, the assessment of skills, as well as the identification of skills needs. So this is very important. Another important milestone that was already let's say, in a way achieved was the adoption of the Council recommendation on vocational education and training that the Commissioner mentioned. Of course, this was adopted at the end of last year. Reforms take a long time to take effect. So yes, great, we achieved a milestone, but now we really have to work on the implementation. And one thing that I would like to say, and I understand also the frustration that sometimes comes from people saying, and I absolutely agree, you know, the digital divide or the need to increase digital skills has been on the agenda for 30 years. That's absolutely true. And then we follow up by saying we need to ensure that everybody acquired the digital skills, but who needs to ensure? That's the question. And there is something that we can do at EU level. There is a lot that we can do at EU level by setting frameworks, setting common targets, stimulating the discussion, putting a whole lot of money on the table for investment in reforms, infrastructures, training on the ground. But we should never forget that the competence for education and training and skills policies is with the member states, sometimes even lower than that. So we need to bridge this operational gaps to make sure that the tools, the money, the actions reach the people on the ground. We cannot, from the European level, train people. We cannot enter into the school. We cannot set the curriculum. We cannot buy the infrastructure. So I think this is a starting point, and maybe something that could also tell us what is different now. And I don't know if it's different. I really don't know. I believe it is, and I believe that the pandemic, in a way, has forced us to finally say, okay, let's stop talking about all the things that we cannot do. Yeah, we need to do the reform in education. We need to train the teacher. And if you do digital learning, how do you do the assessment? And you have to be careful. I mean, we've been talking about these things for a long time. Then the pandemic arrived. All of a sudden, 4 workers out of 10 were teleworking. All education and training went online from night to day, and we had to do it. We simply had to do it. And this showed us, 1, that it can be done, 2, that we really were unprepared, and we have to act now. So I think that now there is a lot more pressure and a lot more focus to deliver. We have very good frameworks, and we put really an incredible amount of money with the Recovery and Resilience Facility, but also with European Social Fund and the European Regional Development Fund that funds infrastructure. And we are very happy to see that member states are really using these opportunities and this money to invest also massively in digital skills and infrastructure. Maybe, I don't know how, I don't want to be too long, and I'm sure we can come back to that later. But I would also like to reflect on the pillar of social rights and how all our strategies are like lifting digital skills contributes to the pillar. If we look at the 3 headline targets of the pillar, so 60% of adults learning every year, 78% people employed by 2030, lifting 15 million people out of poverty. Well, digital skills are crucial to achieve all of these goals, because in the learning, more and more learning is going digital. So if you don't have digital skills, you are left out. You're cut out from this possibility of learning. Employment, employability, you need digital skills to find almost any job now. So lifting digital skills will help us reach the target. Also on the side of inclusion, digital skills, not only for people, but also for the people who have to offer the services, it are crucial to ensure that we reach out to everyone and we are able to to bring them back and lift them from poverty and social exclusion. So I think that what we do now together, and all the people in this panel, and I think also all the people that are following us now, is really to work towards this common goal. And I conclude by saying that in the last speech on the State of the European Union in September, our President Ursula von der Leyen really put digital front and center of our priorities. And she launched a structured dialogue with member states, exactly because it's mainly member states that can then make things happen on the ground. And really, we are now working as a commission with all the different services, with the colleagues that works on in DG Connect, with the colleagues that work on education and culture, and in the industry side. We are really working together in a coordinated manner, and we want to have this dialogue with member states also in a coordinated manner, because we really need to bring all the policy areas together and all the tools together if we want to this time really make a difference, like some have asked rightly so in the chat in the previous session.
Indeed, thank you very much. And this is reinforcing the mission of ODigital and the network. We represent digital competence centers and the role they play. I would like to turn to Arya now and ask a question from Lifelong Learning Platform representative. The ODigital Manifesto calls for an accessible, inclusive opportunities provided by qualified trainers to enhance digital competencies. Could you tell us about what are the major obstacles Europeans face in accessing training and education in order to acquire digital competencies, and how should this be tackled?
Yes, thank you very much, Peter. And I'm going to briefly share my screen, if I can manage. I hope so, yes. It's always interesting to find whether your digital skills are sufficient, right? Yes, I have been asked to talk about this to sort of be play the role of the bad witch. What are the obstacles in acquiring digital competencies, and what can be done about it? Let me just briefly say how the Lifelong Learning Platform comes into this. I've mentioned before, Peter mentioned before that ODigital is a member of the Lifelong Learning Platform, and we do promote this holistic vision to lifelong learning, which of course includes also the digital skills. We are an umbrella association with 42 European networks that are members, and they are all active in the field of education and training. So we actually cover all the actors, from the learners, the teachers, parents, practitioners, educators, volunteers, and so on. And these are our main objectives. And if you look at them, you can see that digital is like a red thread that goes through this. Yeah, we have been talking this morning already about building inclusive education systems, democratic education systems, to widen the access to quality education, and to increase the relevance of education. So all this includes the digital skills and competencies. So these are the sectors that we are active in, and in pretty many of them, you need today the digital competencies. These are our members, and you can see that many of them are active in the field of digitalization. So this is how we come into this. When I was asked to talk about the hurdles, I first asked my question, what do we actually mean by digital competencies? Because I think we have to decide, or we have to be aware that on the one hand, we are talking about technical skills, how to operate digital devices, how to use software, how to communicate through digital channels. But on the other side, it's also about being aware of all the opportunities that offers, knowing about the dangers that might lurk there, being able to protect oneself against those dangers, and distinguishing dis and misinformation, as has been mentioned this morning already. So I think this is very important to keep in mind, that we have these two sides of the digital competencies. On the one hand, the really technical issue, and then on the other hand, the layer that goes a lot deeper, that's a lot more profound and has to do with all the other competencies that we need to acquire throughout life. Now, if we talk about the hurdles to acquire digital skills, I have tried to divide them into two sections, but of course they are interlinked, and it's not always very clear how they influence each other. Yeah? We have the personal reasons: lack of time, it's too complicated, little interest in new technology, and very often you get the answer by people, oh, I don't need that. With this I don't need, sometimes people cover up fear to say, oh, I'm afraid of engaging in this. And I think this is something that we need to take very seriously. And then we have, of course, the systemic reasons that have also been mentioned today: the access to the technology, the internet connection, so the infrastructure that we need to have. And then also, if we talk about acquiring those competencies, learning actually, how can we access training? How complicated or easy is it to access training? And then we have two, I would call them overlapping topics. One is the financial issues, and the other one is recognition and validation. Now, if we talk about the systemic hurdles, of course, better infrastructure, train the teachers, the trainers, and the educators to use digital technologies, the better access to devices, especially for school students. There are lots of programs now being rolled out to get the devices into the schools and to the students, but also for adults to increase low threshold offers, how to get to these digital skills, offline inscriptions and offline access to information. It's no use to offer everything online if people can't access that. And then start with basic instruction. We also need, of course, the intermediate and the advanced, because we already have a lot of people who are on that level, but we need to start with basic instruction at school. That's the first level, if you like. And if we can, at that point, also offer courses for family members, parents, make that family activities, that can take out a lot of fear, and that can reach or help to reach a lot of what we call the marginalized groups. So the individual hurdles, the motivation, here incentives can be a good tool. Incentives, of course, very often go through financial incentives, or also offering of courses within the working environment, in the labor market. Can I get a better job if I can do that? But we at Lifelong Learning Platform, we always insist it should not be only about employability. Of course, offering time for training within working hours is very important for people who are employed. Offering childcare if it's without the working hours. The encouraging of continuous development, professional, but not only professional, is very important. And helping people to see the advantages and to overcome the skepticism. I think that is what will help us to tackle these individual hurdles. Now, when it comes to the financial issues and the validation, the cost cannot be on the learner. That is something that has to be very clear. It is still in many settings, you are supposed to bring these skills and nobody cares of how you acquire them and who pays for these courses. Investment not only in employability, but considering these basic skills and life skills. What can be used? Financial resources to be provided by the EU, the nation states, the member states, and I think Chiara has already mentioned how this can work. And I think the individual learning accounts that are being promoted by DG Employment are a very good way to help finance this for people who are in the working space, people who are on the labor market. We have a different situation for people who are retired, for example, and who also need these skills. there we need to think about other forms of how we can bring these people in. Validation, recognizing and validating existing skills is a very important point. To support the recognition and validation of skills acquired in different settings, whether it's formal, non-formal, or informal. And what is being promoted by DG Education and Culture, the micro-credentials. They can probably also be very helpful in getting people to start on enhancing, fostering their digital skills. I don't want to separate people in groups. I usually don't like to do that, but I think here we really have two main different target groups. One are children that are still in education, in formal education, and can be reached through this channel very well. And then we have adults that are more difficult to reach and more difficult sometimes also to convince. So as I said in the beginning, we might be able, especially when we roll out programs like giving devices to children in school, parents have to sign a contract here. Maybe in organizing courses, activities for families, we can bring everybody in there. Yeah? So that would be an approach that we would foster, and that could also help. And we know that in families, of course, that happens, that children help their grandparents. Yeah. So this intergenerational learning, these forms of learning need to be recognized and validated. If it brings you something, if you can teach an elderly person, then also young people will be happy to engage. As I said before, acquiring digital competences is a lifelong learning process. And of course, the offer should be, and that has been mentioned before, as individual and as inclusive as possible. Not only for the labor market, I have mentioned that before, but for the personal development of people. Because if we have learned one thing in this pandemic, it's not only about having a job and keeping that job. Life is change. And in order to have enough resilience for this change, we have to develop personal skills, life skills, basic skills, and also the professional skills. But this is a whole set, a holistic approach to the personal development of people. I think this is what comes out very well in the manifesto, and this is something that we need to take into consideration. Keeping the learner and its perspective at the center is essential. What does the learner need? Not what do we think that the learners need? That's a trap that we fall into very often. And another point is learning is a social endeavor, and it depends a lot on human relations. We should never forget that, even if digital tools are great tools. They are tools and they're not a goal in themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Arya. And we'll come back to you a little bit later with a follow-up question. But let's give the floor to other panelists, and I would like to address Angeliki. And my question is that the industry has a lot to gain from, but also a lot to offer the successful training of digital competencies. And where would you see opportunities for collaboration of actors, as called in our manifesto, in improving and sustaining the availability of education and training in digital skills? Angeliki?
Indeed, Peter. Actually, as you mentioned, industry is a key enabler in the promotion of digital skills across Europe. If industry creates a demand for digital skills, then the workforce automatically will be incentivized to retrain. But for the workforce to be able to retrain, we need to ensure an adequate supply of digital training to satisfy the demand. And we heard from Chiara and other panelists about the need of digital training. And this is why actors actually of the education ecosystem should work together to ensure access to digital training. As mentioned also in the manifesto, the Pact for Skills, and a very important initiative of digital employment, social affairs and inclusion, which has been launched already last year, is a very good platform for stakeholders, especially from the industry, but also from society and education, to join forces to expand digital competencies across Europe. It also provides an opportunity for actors, including industry, to commit to common actions related to digitally upskilling the European citizens. The Pact for Skills also puts inclusion, which I mentioned also before, and it's also one very much linked, as Chiara mentioned, with the pillar of social rights. It's something that we, at least at Howie, we deeply care about. Not only we need to ensure that people will be able to pick up the digital skills they need quickly, but it's also important at the same time that such initiatives leave no one behind. Another important initiative that come to my mind at the moment is the Digital Skills and Job Coalition, which is an initiative of DigiConnect, and which in how we are a member of, provides also an excellent platform for companies to commit to the uptake of digital skills. So for those that are not really familiar with this coalition, it aims actually to train around 1 million young unemployed people for vacant digital jobs, by providing, for example, different diverse training programs, which are, let's say, led by industry. So this is why we're also very much involved in this coalition. Specifically on Howie, we also are chairing the Global Enable Sustainability Initiative, more specifically the Digital Inclusion Working Group of GESI, which aims to bring together representatives of from industry, but also other, let's say, telecom operators, ICT companies, to promote digital skills and inclusion around the world. So under our lead of this Digital Inclusion Working Group, we aim to develop a set of metrics for companies to track their commitment to digital inclusion. For example, by promoting access to ICT, fighting against discrimination over gender, age, ethnicity, wealth, and so on. And it will be actually, now we're also working on not only on ICT companies, but also with small and medium enterprises to adopt it and also ensure that they provide, let's say, digital skills for their employees, but also for the members they're part of. And to conclude, actually, we believe in Howie that in general, a lot still needs to be done in Europe to ensure that digital confidence, as Ari also mentioned before, is felt by all. And this is not, of course, the end of the conversation, but only the start. And we at Howie, we remain committed to collaborate with like-minded partners and different European institutions and SMEs to ensure that, let's say, the right path is followed when it comes to the upskilling and reskilling of the European workforce.
Thank you very much, Angeliki. Your support and collaboration is very much appreciated. And now we'd like to turn to Victor and ask my question. Education, as Chiara was so explained and highlighted, is a competence residing with the member states. Yet, as the manifesto makes clear, a European approach is needed towards enhanced digital competencies. So what impact does this have on the way European institutions, and in particular the European Parliament, as the representative of the European citizens, are approaching the policies in this area? Victor, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I think this is an important issue to be underlined. So I think when there is will, you have the possibility to act also at European level. For too many years, when the Commission is asked to do something on a specific topic, they say that the treaty doesn't allow them to do so. We spoke about in the same way about health, and now we are building a health union, and we are building specific programs for health, because we noticed during the pandemic that we need a common answer for health. And we need a similar common answer for education right now. And for that, we need leadership. leadership coming from the Commission, but also goodwill and involvement coming from member states in order, of course, to tackle this issue. It's not about stealing competencies to member states. It's about having a common approach and tackling same challenges, similar challenges together, because if we fight together, if we identify together solutions, if we work together, probably the answer will be more efficient. It is not enough to have only statistics at European level, showing you that some regions are lacking behind, and just discuss about that in Brussels. We don't think it's about that. It's about acting together and understanding that if a region from Romania, my country, is lacking behind, Europe is losing. If there is a great initiative in Denmark, we should learn about it and implement it at European level. If there have been some interesting things that have been implemented when it comes to digital skills in Estonia, we should try to upscale it and finance it at European level. So I think it's about using what we have at European level in a coherent approach, in a common approach, and showing that, of course, Europe can bring an added value when it comes to education, skilling, and especially digital skills. Because we have a lot of things to learn from each other. And this diversity of, let's say, of format also represents the strengths of the European Union. But the diversity doesn't mean that we cannot cooperate and that we cannot have a European approach. So I think we have to move forward in this regard. We had a report in the European Parliament. We spoke about a common European approach when it comes to education and training. We are very strong about that. This doesn't mean that we are going to influence the curriculums of each member state, but I think it's important to have an open dialogue, an open discussion on all of those formats. In the same time, we had a resolution in the European Parliament speaking about the challenges raised by the pandemic when it comes to education. And in that respective resolution, we also speak about a common European approach and, of course, trying to create synergies. Because there are positive examples of things that have proved to be successful. Erasmus is successful and it's European. We have, of course, in the same time, the European University Initiative, which has proven to be successful. And again, it's a European approach towards the cooperation between universities. So we need to do the same thing on other issues, and especially when it comes to digital skills. And of course, that means defining common standards. That means exchanging best practices. That means having a competence framework. That means using the competence centers that are doing a great job in this regard. That means a lot of things that can be done together and can become more visible. And at the same time, why not more influential in the design of those respective policies? In the same time, if we want to reach the targets that we fix for ourselves at European level, we need to have a hands-on approach. And we need, of course, again, the Commission to take the leadership on that. It's not enough to tell member states in the recovery plan to allocate 20% for digital skills. We have to make sure that the 20% is being spent wisely and that the projects that are being implemented are concrete and are generating an impact, not simply spending money to do reports. I think we have to have a concrete follow-up of all the spending at European level that target digital skills in the recovery plan, but also in the MFF, to make sure that we are reaching those targets. Because it will be an error to presume that if we have, 90% of digital skilled people in France and 10% in another country, that we resolve the problem. No, we need a common approach at European level. So the European Parliament has an open discussion about that. For us, it's important to have an open dialogue with all the relevant stakeholders. We are doing that. We need to hear the voice of the private sector, but we also need to hear the voice of NGOs, local authorities, professors, parents, centers that are dealing with all that, and have a constructive and working relation with the Commission. We generally support the initiative that the Commission came up with, but in the same time, we shouldn't forget that the previous Digital Education Action Plan didn't reach its targets, to be very frank. So we have a new action plan, which is great, which is support, and I said that very often, but the purpose is also to deliver on those respective results. So this is a position currently basically generally expressed by different members in the European Parliament, and we want to do more because we understand the urgency of the situation. So if we are not moving faster, if we are not moving in a cohesive way, we will not succeed. And the purpose is to succeed because also citizens have high expectations towards us. And to be very frank, to come up with to the initial part of your question, when you go to citizens, and you speak with them about the European Union and what we do in the European Parliament, they are not saying, look, competencies. No, they are saying our kids didn't have access to school. I don't know how to use a computer in a proper way. I have a company and I don't know how to digitalize my company. This is what they are asking us. They are not, going into legal stuff in the discussions that we are having. So I think we have to offer a proper answer to those questions raised by citizens. And at the end, we'll find the legal framework to do this cooperation at European level, also on education.
Thank you very much, Victor, and thank you all for your contributions. We have about 10 minutes left, and we have some lightning questions to you. So I would say you have maximum 2 minutes to answer them. And my first question would be for Chiara. How can innovative and flexible tools, such as we already mentioned, some of them individual learning accounts and micro-credentials, assist in the uptake of the education and training offer? Chiara?
Thank you, Peter. I think that these are two extremely important initiatives that the Commission is putting on the table by the end of next year, the individual learning accounts to give people the responsibility to decide on their own training needs and on their own training content. So this is something that we believe will be useful, especially for not only, of course, but especially for all of these people who are not in the traditional employer-employee relation, because a lot of the learning is done, we know, and offered by employers, and this is great, but there are a lot of people who are not in employment or are self-employed or are in non-standard kind of contracts, like also the platform works, for example, that do not have access to this kind of structured training. So it's important that they have the possibility to decide. On the other hand, micro-credential, we believe will help tackle some of the obstacles that also Arya was mentioning, like the lack of time, because micro-credentials are certificates that are issued upon successful completion of a short training program. So they're not qualifications, but they allow people to compress their learning on a specific skill or group of skills, and to do it at their own pace and in their own time. Sometimes these credentials can also be combined and then build up to a pathway. Unfortunately, in a way, because many of these learning opportunities are offered through digital platforms, having a sufficient level of digital skills is necessary to be able to use them. But we believe that this is something that will help individuals find their own time, their own pace, and also get the gratification, because one of the things very important that Arya mentioned was the fact that people feel, I'm not able to do it. I'm not going to start a new course now that I am, 40, 45, 50, 55. I don't have the patience. I don't have the mettle to do it. But these sorts of size bites, modules of learning give more reward, because you can see you start small, you see that you're advancing and you're gaining, and you're encouraged to move forward. And they can also be used to validate groups of skills, which also links back to the link into the non-formal and informal setting. Then maybe later, if I can come back to something that Mr. Negrescu raised, I would like to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid the time is running out. We have 7 minutes left, and I still have some lightning questions, one for Angeliki. What would industry need a European digital skills certification scheme to deliver?
As the manifesto states, the recognition of digital competencies through a certification scheme is very important, at least for industry, to help at the same time the European Union achieve its ambition to expand digital competencies across the Union. I would say that the European Digital Skills Certification will create a common standard of digital competencies for industry, and we believe also that this will also incentivize in a way the workforce to acquire certified digital skills. It will also help industry to gain certainty about the quality of digital training that its employees have acquired. And we have already, let's say, initiated some discussions internally of how to achieve that. And we believe that the certification scheme also will require standardized digital training programs and goals. And in order to achieve that, we need such a scheme, let's say, to make this happen from the industry point of view. We believe that more recognition of the value of digital training will in turn increase its attractiveness and uptake also from other stakeholders as well. So as digital touches all parts of society, and as we mentioned before, digital skills need to be interoperable, transferable, is something that also has been recommended by the manifesto. So we believe that a common certification scheme will also help reduce an uneven repartition of digital skills across the EU. And such a certification actually system will be only, let's say, achieved if we leverage at the same time the available technology and make full use of digitization. Only then we will be able also to maximize the interoperability of such certification system. Overall, a European digital skills certification is actually crucial for industry to become an active promoter of digital skills across the EU, as we believe that will foster quality, trust, recognition, but also attractiveness of digital training. Of course, other initiatives as also the digital actually macro credentials also from of the Europass and other important initiatives will also complement and even strengthen more this standardization of education and training programs across EU.
Thank you very much, Angeliki. Arya, we have received a question from the audience, which I'd like to transform to you. In your opinion, which is the age group to which a special attention or more attention should be devoted in digital skills training and upskilling? What is the age of senior citizen or elderly citizen? 55 is already not so elderly.
Thank you very much, Peter. Now I'm going to put myself in the spot here if I say that, well, it is being said that 80 is the new 60, right? So if we consider that, then people also at a very advanced age should absolutely continue. I mean, they continue to learn, and they should also have access to developing their digital competencies. I mean, we have seen it now, specifically with the pandemic, that people lived in isolation, especially elderly people, and their only way to communicate with the outside world very often were digital tools. So the ones who had this access and the ones who could communicate with their family by whether it's a WhatsApp group or whether it's a Zoom meeting or whatever, had an advantage over those who had not, and maybe only relied on the eventual telephone call. Yeah. So I really think that we should not exclude, and I think Angeliki pointed it out so very well, we must make sure that we don't leave anybody behind here. And we need to find ways and means, if these people are not on the labor market and this is not paid by the company or fostered also by labor market services, that we still get these people into the digital world. So I think there's no limit in age. of course, people who already used to do that at an earlier age, they have an advantage because then they can learn or continue learning online. Yeah, we've seen that. But for people who have not got these basic skills, we have to help them to get them so that they can continue learning. So I think that's a responsibility that we have as society towards everybody in our communities. Yeah. That's also decisive because digital skills are a transversal skill. Yeah, you need them in all sorts of other sectors as well. I think it has been pointed out also by other speakers on this panel. You cannot get a job almost if you don't have digital skills. You cannot book a flight if you don't have digital skills and you can go onto your computer. It's very complicated to do it otherwise today. I mean, if you want to travel nowadays, you need a green pass certificate, yeah, and all the elderly people are vaccinated, but then they run around, they need to go to the pharmacy to get a paper and carry this printed paper around with them in order to be able to go to the restaurant and do whatever they want to do in life. That is not very helpful because, I mean, you all know when you have a piece of paper in your pocket and you use it every day, you need to go back every 3 weeks to get a new paper. So it's much easier actually if you have that on your smartphone. So these are the kind of things that people need and that we need to help them to acquire.
Thank you very much, Arya. And unfortunately, our time is running out. Please allow me to ask one more question for Victor. We received from the audience, and you raised the issue of monitoring and quality assurance so that people and resources don't get lost in the storm of digital skills development. Are there any suggestions of such mechanisms that can put in place at European level?
I think we have to have this monitoring process at European level. Of course, the Commission has a role in this regard. You have the European semester format that I think should highlight better what is done in terms of education skills and digital skills. In the same time, for digital education, we have this initiative that we support from the European Parliament of digital education hubs, where you have a group of stakeholders brought together, working together, and hopefully monitoring also in an open process what is happening at national level. So of course, there are different layers, but what is important is to put this know-how together, to put these different structures together, to make everything working in a coherent manner. I think this is the biggest difficulty right now, is that we need to coordinate all of those initiatives in order for them to be, let's say, accessible and in the same time visible for everyone to understand them. I think it is crucial in the next years to come. If we want to succeed in this digital transformation, if we want to succeed in upskilling people when it comes to digital competencies, we need to present everything in an accessible and easy way. Making that easy is crucial. Otherwise, we will lose people because we presume that everyone wants to upskill and that everyone wants to learn how to use a computer. But we have people that believe that they already know how to do that, and actually they do not know. And we have a lot of people that do not want to do so. And this will be a big task. And this is a large part of the population. So we need to do that effort also in proactively engaging them and not stay in our bubble. This was my call today, actually. The Commission, the Parliament, the stakeholders present here, we all work together. We meet in many conferences. We meet in different places. We are sometimes friends, but we are allies in a common project. But at the end, what we also should recognize is that sometimes we are in this bubble and we need to get out of it in order to make this process successful. And I think your manifesto is reminding us of the importance of getting out of the bubble and being proactive. So thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you indeed. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much, Arya, Chiara, and Angeliki for joining us today. And I'm sorry, I just realizing that this almost 1 hour was not enough for a full discussion. So I really suggest that we continue this dialogue in other settings, even beyond All Digital Summit. Thank you again very much for joining us today.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Peter, and to all of our panellists for taking part in that really interesting discussion to continue us into the afternoon. And I wonder if we will see any of those points reflected more broadly in the next presentation that we're going to hear now. And this comes to us from Jakub Kaczman, Policy Officer at the European Commission's DG Connect, who is going to tell us about the Digital Skills and Jobs platform.
Hello, can we hear each other?
Hi, you're heard loud and clear, Jakub.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to talk about the platform. And I think I will begin just where Mr. Negrescu stopped or finished. He spoke about, I now don't know whether you can see my presentation actually. I will share my screen if this is possible here. Okay, I don't see the...
We can't see anything quite yet.
You can't see anything. Okay,
Not
just a
yet,
second.
no.
Actually, I don't see the share presentation, but maybe I send the presentation also to you, so maybe your colleagues could step in and show the presentation on my behalf.
Certainly, we'll try and bring that up now for you.
I wanted to, yes, thank you very much. I wanted to basically follow up on where Mr. Negrescu was finishing, because he said that we need a tool, we need a place where a very user-friendly way of helping people figure out what they need in terms of digital skills. And that is something that we have been working on because we saw already what you have discussed today was a lot about many different initiatives, many different projects, micro-credentials here, individual learnings accounts there, and you have also many initiatives and projects on the national level. So things are happening all around Europe, and they are very good and beneficial things. But these things usually are not very well connected. They are not very well linked to each other, and it's very difficult for people or for those who want to take these projects on board to replicate the successful good practices from the other countries. And let me just remind you about the situation that we have in Europe nowadays. 42% of Europeans without at least basic digital skills. We have 55% of companies, and especially SMEs, that report the hard to fill ICT vacancies. Thank you very much for the presentation. You can go already to slide number 3 if possible. We have around 9 million ICT specialists employed in Europe, only 23% of SMEs providing some training. So we see that there is a huge digital skills gap. And we, all of us aim to fix that. All of us aim to bridge that gap, address it, and improve the digital skills, both on the basic level and the advanced digital skills level. But we, until now, did not have really a place, a home for digital skills where we could meet, share our stories, share our experience, share the projects. And this is something that we wanted to develop. Maybe if we can go for the next slide. You can imagine it as a sort of a city where you have a center of the city that will show you the ways to different parts of the city, like to different parts of Europe or to different areas of specialization. But you can always count on this city center that if you go to the city center into this one-stop shop, to this one place, it will take you to the contents, to the information, to data you need. And this is what we are aiming at with the Digital Skills and Jobs platform. I think we can go for the next slide. So we have launched it in May 2021, and it's really the place that will help you find what you need, that will guide you to content, to information, to data about digital skills, no matter whether it's a small regional project or whether it's a big European initiative. no matter whether it's statistics or a report or some other insights, or whether it's a training opportunity. This is the place where you can come and you can find the information you need. We can go to the next slide. We try to structure the information based on your role as a visitor. So you can either choose whether you are a training provider, digital expert, policy officer, SME owner, or if you cannot identify yourselves into these roles. Next slide, please. You can also choose the topic of your interest, the theme. Are you interested in digital skills in cybersecurity, in cloud and data, or in basic digital skills? The platform will guide you to content and information that you need to find. And next slide, please. Recently, we have upgraded the platform also with more country-specific information. So we have an interactive map where you can find the latest scores from the Digital Economy and Society Index. Some of the panelists before me also mentioned the Recovery and Resilience Facility. You can also find, and we are building up this database, a summary of the recovery and resilience plans that each member state submitted. So a summary from this plan about actions that deal with digital skills is also already available on the platform. And you have also many other features that are that will be rolled out on the platform or that are already now there. I just must say that next week or in 10 days, we'll be rolling out an excellent feature for broad public, really for individual users and visitors, which will be the digital skills self-assessment tool, where you will basically be able to take a 40-minute test to assess your digital skills. The assessment grid is built to mirror the DigComp framework. We are rolling this out together with Europass, and that will help you to find the training opportunities you need, because you might figure out in this test that you, for example, have some gaps in the use of internet. So there, the platform will then help you to find the training or the course or another education program that will help you improve in that area. We can go to the next slide, please. So now, what is the content that the platform offers? First of all, it's about actions, and I mentioned already some of them. So it's the European initiative. So you have an overview of what the EU is doing in digital skills. You have the national initiatives and the summaries of the recovery and resilience plans. This is on the action part. Then it's also, we have content on opportunities, where you can find training opportunities, funding opportunities if you are an education provider, or a boot camp or a coding school. You can find some interesting opportunities there. And we have some career guidance as well in this section. You can find inspiration, and this is when the good practice comes, and the resources and the research. And we, of course, have a community space where I invite you very warmly to come and join the community, because we have the one thing, we have the discussions, but we also have networking. You will be able to find partners to speak with like-minded people. We will soon roll out the direct messaging tool, so that you will really be able to stay within the community and find people that do similar things as you do, and exchange with them on how to improve together. Next slide, please. And so, in terms of action and engagement, what you can do already now, and what we of course would very much welcome you to do, is to come to join the community, is to join our webinars. We have next week a first webinar about the digital skills for young people. You can also contribute to the platform actively, either just by proposing content, because this is not, just to make things clear, this is not a commission billboard. This is not a commission page where only commission posts. It's vice versa. We expect that the community will be suggesting content, and we'll be bringing content to the platform, because only when the content comes from the bottom up, only when is this grassroots way, we can make sure that the platform is attractive and is relevant for the community. So you can contribute to the platform also, for example, by writing opinion posts. And of course, it's a great tool for networking and for keeping you in touch with other experts and other people interested in digital skills. We can go to the next slide, please. So what are our objectives? First of all, as I said, it's to serve as a one-stop shop, as a home for digital skills in Europe. Whatever you need to know about digital skills, you should be able to find it on the platform. Of course, we ourselves have the Digital Skills and Jobs Coalition and the 25 national coalitions for digital skills and jobs who should use and who are already using the platform as their tool to scale up and to share what they are doing. We have the Digital Decade targets that have been announced a couple of months ago. Just to remind, 80% of Europeans with at least basic digital skills and 20 million employed ICT specialists by 2030. So the platform is one of the tools or one of the concrete solutions to address and to bring us closer to these targets. We, of course, follow very much a customer service, and this is what I described by the community and by the possibility to contribute content. And the community is really at the heart of our platform, because we believe that no public institution really has a magic wand to bridge the whole digital skills gap in Europe alone. You know, no one can do it alone. As Mr. Negrescu and other panelists said that before me, the joint effort is necessary. We need to work together, companies, universities, policymakers, organizations, and the platform should be a tool to facilitate this collaboration. We can go to the next slide, please. So I warmly welcome you and invite you actually to come and visit the platform. You can go to the next slide. It's really the home for digital skills in Europe, and we would be very happy if you can join us there, join the discussion. And of course, if you have content or if you have information, if you have experience that you want to share there, you are more than welcome to do it. Thank you very much. And of course, if you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer them. Thank you.
Jakub Kaczman, Policy Officer at the European Commission's DG Connect there, telling us a bit about the Commission's Digital Skills and Jobs platform. Thank you very much, Jakub, for taking the time out this afternoon to speak to us. It's about time now to refill your caffeine levels with a short coffee break. But don't forget to join us after the break at 3:45, where we will have a range of lightning talks and later on some parallel sessions to get involved with, and free feel again to find out a bit more about all of this and more during the break on our online platform agenda. We'll see you back here at 3:45.